It is Tuesday, January 6th at 4:30 PM. I'll call this meeting of the Madison Board of Selectmen to order. First order of business will be the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we have the approval of the amended minutes from December 9th with Joy's edits.
They're my amendments, so I guess I'll make a motion to approve them.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Everybody. Approval of the minutes from December 23rd, 2025.
Adam, can you speak up, please, so we
Yeah.
can get you up here?
Sorry, Ken. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from December 23rd?
I will make a motion to approve the minutes from
Motion by
December
Joy.
23rd.
I'll second.
Second by Jim. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So moved. Approval of the non-public minutes from December 23rd, 2025.
Make a motion.
Motion by Jake,
I'll second.
second by Jim. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Alright, we have two manifests. One manifest from December 30th, accounts payable $41,478.98. Have a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion by Jake,
I'll second.
second by Jim. All those in favor?
Aye.
Alright,
I did not have a chance to review them, so I am a no.
So is that 4-1?
yep. Alright, second manifest, January 5th through January 12th, payroll, $36,473.16. Payroll liabilities, $11,337.74. Accounts payable, $37,986.61. $325,000 to the Madison School District and $461,790 to the Village District of Idlewise, for a total of $872,587.51.
Make a motion.
Motion by Jake,
I'll second.
second by Jim. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Joy, no.
Nicole, no, I started to try to read it upstairs, but I got too busy.
3-2. Alright. We have a public hearing notice. The Madison Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing in accordance with RSA 41:9-A to discuss and receive input on fee for recreation program. The proposed additional fee is $35 per day per student for school vacation camp, posted on December 11th, 25 in the Conway Daily Sun on 12/16/25. So this is an add-on to our summer camp style program where we have kids that can attend Madison Elementary School with our camp counselors during school breaks, whether it be winter break, February, April, Christmas, all of those breaks, a place for the parents to send their kids for the day. And the tuition is, they're looking for $35 a day.
Hours.
Hours are 9 to 4,
Okay, thanks.
So 7 hours,
7 hours,
$5 an hour?
yes. It's on par within reason of local daycares, within a couple bucks. I mean, they all vary from 35 to 40 in the valley. It was scarcely attended over December break, but I think most of that was due to illness. We had about a dozen kids with the flu. But it was, we had 16 or 17 kids registered.
Sign up, yep.
A lot of them were out due to the flu. Some of them were out due to the storm. Parents didn't want to travel. We remained open, but some parents were not looking to travel in that weather, and I don't blame them. Any input from the public on that fee? Anything I missed, Heather?
I don't think so.
Any input from the board on that fee?
More than
reasonable.
reasonable.
And before summer camp, I would like to revisit that because we're charging, I feel like, dollars a day. So
Okay.
at some point,
Yeah.
maybe,
I would too.
Yep.
Yep.
Do I have a motion from the board to implement this fee?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion by Joyce, second by Jake. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public hearing is closed and the fee will go in place.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment. A lot of public for no comment.
Public comment? I don't know if they can hear you out here.
Public comment.
Just wait.
Step right up.
On what, on daycare?
On
No,
anything,
no,
anything,
just in-
anything.
Public comment for anything.
Before we start, we have 15 minutes allotted for public comment before the meeting. If there are multiple people, I'll try to allot the time equally and we'll go from there. Donna?
Hi, Donna Vayu. The discussion item of, on your agenda about the use of town Madison property, will you allow any discussion from the public, or would you prefer to hear that during public comment?
I will allow it for this meeting. I'm gonna try to keep it contained and
Okay.
short. I believe that we're gonna put it to bed pretty quickly, but,
Yeah.
and I hope to be in all of your liking, but. Any other public comment?
Can you guys hear? Public comments, okay. You're way back.
Alright, seeing no public comment. Discussion of personnel policy, Town of Madison property. So, in your binders, there is a draft policy with a red line. And I will read our current policy, and then I'll read the red line, and we'll go from there. Our current policy states Town of Madison property.
Slow down and read loudly, sorry.
Town of Madison property of any type or value should not be used or removed from town's premises without written authorization of the department head and notification of the Board of Selectmen. All Town of Madison equipment, memoranda of records, communications, computer data, disks, or other documents made or compiled by you or made available to you in connection with the business of the town shall be delivered to the Town of Madison promptly upon your termination or at any other time upon request. Now, I asked Linda to add a red line to this to adjust the policy, and we can vote on it later, whatever the case may be. That red line is there will be no personal use of town property.
I'm wondering if we should, there is, well, no, not personal use, but I think incidental use. I think except for incidental use such as picking up something on the way home from your duties.
As long as it's in your line of travel.
Yeah, incidental use of stopping on the way home within your line of travel.
For example, when there's a building inspection, and on the way home, the code enforcement stops at community market to grab a milk and go bring the truck back and jump in his own car and go home. That I think is acceptable, and we've been told by the attorney it's acceptable.
How do we add that without opening ourselves up to a can of worms?
Yes.
Well, it just, I think it nips it in the bud a little bit if you see that truck parked there.
Right. No, I'm
term-
not saying I'm not on board, I wouldn't know how to word it.
It's, I think incidental use is pretty well defined.
Okay.
In the course of duty, maybe? In the course of duty?
So, if we took this red line and wrote, there will be no personal use of town property outside of incidental use, what did you just say, Jane?
In course of duty?
In course of duty?
In the line of travel.
That's subjective.
I would suggest that.
Hold on. I'm gonna take one at a time. Doug?
I would suggest that you don't do anything with that, and there's no way that you're going, there's no document, there's no wording in there about enforcement of the policy to begin with. So if you don't say anything about it and you don't enforce it, it's a non-issue.
Tino, you had your hand up?
Yeah, when you mention the word in performing their duty, that's not personal use. So that's
Right.
very clearly stated there. Personal use is when you use something for your own benefit.
Yep.
So,
I think a lot of companies and governments that I've worked for, they have an acceptable use policy. I think the policy as it's written does not allow for personal use. It's almost redundant to add it, but it is good to clarify it, and I might recommend, an acceptable use policy stating that personal use of town property is strictly prohibited, except, with the exception of, incidental use. For clarification on incidental use, contact
Find
the
that.
Board of Selectmen.
One second, Donna. Paul?
I suggest just
Can people say
go
their
to your
name, their
lawyer.
names?
Paul, I know it, but can you say your name for the camera?
Paul McCann. Go to your lawyer and ask him to word it. That's why you're paying him.
Incidental use is what he used.
Donna?
Hi, Donna Vayu. If I understand it correctly, the lawyer has been consulted 2 times on this issue.
Yep. And like Nicole just stated, incidental use is the word he used.
Oh, he did use that word. Now, is this in reference to all town property?
I do not wanna open us up to a can of worms. This is, in my opinion, in reference to all use of town property. It's not happening.
What about, emergency?
Emergency personnel are not included in this per our lawyer because they are always at the ready.
They're what?
They have to be always at the ready. So if Chief Hafer drives home and on his way picks up his kids from school, but he's still in his car and then gets called out, he needs to be in that car or near that car whenever to get to an emergency faster.
Emergency personnel are exempt from this policy.
Well,
Well, not
perfect
Not-
exempt.
but-
Yeah.
To the extent that Nicole just explained.
Yeah.
So my example is, the fire chief. He takes his
Mhm.
emergency vehicle to and from home.
Yep.
Right.
That's because he has to have it,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
So, does that policy?
That's excluded from this policy.
Okay.
Well, no, because he can have written authorization of the Board of Selectmen an open written authorization to have his vehicle at his property with him. There's no reason we can't follow the policy.
Right.
Yeah, we can write something, yes.
Yeah. Right.
But yeah, the intent is for him to be exempt because it's
Right.
emergency
So,
personnel, yes.
I think that needs to be clarified.
Again, I don't think it's an exemption, because I
No.
feel like where the department head notification of the Board of Selectmen, the Board of Selectmen are the department head for the, fire department. So, we just write a written authorization for the chief to have his vehicle with him as needed.
That's part.
Don't need
And
exception.
that's part of the policy that's already here that I
Right.
just read.
So you
And
can
it's part of
give
his duty.
anybody written authorization to use, public property?
Not for personal use. The intent of the chief to have that vehicle is because it's emergency
Is
personnel,
emergency,
For
yes.
public use.
public use.
Okay.
And he's on duty.
And he's on duty at all times.
Gotcha, thank you.
Dave?
Dave Swift, DPW employee. How's this gonna work for the DPW pickup truck? Because either the director or the foreman may take that home if we're going to have a weather event. And
Correct.
they'll often go out and check roads and that type of thing.
On
I-
duty.
Yes.
That's in the line of
Duty.
duty.
Hold on. I think the intent is personal use. So if you're taking the truck home because you're gonna go plowing, you're not taking it home for personal use, you're taking it home for public use. And that's not within this scope.
If it is only being used in the line of duty, for example, having it at home, in order to have a four-wheel vehicle to drive and check the roads. Plowing personal property, plowing friends and family, not permissible use. And again, that, I think it's appropriate for the Board of Selectmen if they're the department head of the DPW, or the DPW as the director is the department head of the foreman, for that written authorization to exist and to specify you are allowed to take it home the night before a storm in order to have it available to you to get to work or to be able to assess the roads and to be able to perform your duties. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but it's over and above just prior to an event, because oftentimes we'll get a call on a weekend or at nighttime, there's a tree down somewhere. So I'm just saying.
I think that's similar then to,
That one
like,
vehicle that should be able to go home with one of those two.
Yeah, no, and the attorney did confirm that really, if you have not just the one dump truck, not just the one pickup truck or whatever, that you have a truck that you would plow with, and you would need to start your shift from home because it starts, snowing at 2 in the morning and you get the call out, or a tree goes down and you get the call out. I think, again, as a board of selectmen, we can sign an authorization saying, in these circumstances, it is appropriate to have the vehicle at home with you, knowing there's gonna be a wind event, so to prepare for trees going down. Does that cover it?
Sorry.
Basically,
Well,
you
how
have to,
did-
you have to ask yourself, does it benefit one person or is it for part of the public? If it, like the people that live at the end of the street that need to get out, it benefits the public, cause you have to cut up the tree and get it off the road.
So,
I'm okay.
no, because I wanna make sure that we address it, I wanna make sure that,
Clear.
we're, are clear for everyone who doesn't
Well,
want to do
it's
that.
not always just be a tree down from a wind event.
Yeah.
It could be any, it
Right.
can happen on a dead calm day and we get called that there's a tree down blocking a road.
Mhm.
I think the point is that you got
It's nice
called.
to have
Yeah.
one to two.
But how do you know you're
supervisors.
gonna get called?
How do you
what I'm
know?
saying?
Yeah.
So if we gotta get written
Yeah.
authorization to take a vehicle home.
That's what I
Okay.
was, so I was just
Well-
thinking, we can
Do a
do a blanket authorization for the DPW. You are allowed to take the town trucks home for use on town business.
Right,
And
so-
I think the word personal in here was the entire intent. There will be
Exactly.
no personal use.
Right.
We will give you a blanket written authorization, the guys can take the trucks home for use in town events, whether it be a windstorm or a snowstorm or whatever.
Or if
whatever.
someone's on call to check roads,
Yeah,
whatever.
any
Right.
of those things, you can have a blanket authorization from us to take those home for that event, but there will be no personal use.
Does the department have assigned on-call folks?
No, it's me.
So if a tree goes down at all, you get the call? So other folks wouldn't necessarily need their vehicles at home then?
Or you might call them.
Everybody does. We haven't taken the vehicle home since last winter. Nobody's taken it home.
The pickup truck? Or something else? Dave, you had mentioned dump truck, do you mean?
No, I was talking about pickup truck.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I come out with my own truck.
Well, most people show up back to the town garage when you get a call, go get the truck,
Yeah.
And then we
chainsaws,
call
whatever you
whoever's
need.
appropriate. I mean, if it's somebody calls with a tree down or something like that, or something, then yeah. But I'll go look at it first to see what it's all about. Sometimes they call me and I can't do anything because it's on power lines and I gotta wait 2 hours for, whatever. And I'm not gonna call out the whole crew for a tree down, but I'm gonna call at least one other person out probably for, just, it's not safe to be cutting a tree in the middle of the night and pouring rain by yourself, so.
So in that case, we don't need a blanket. It just needs to be whomever is on call, and if you are by default on call, then there doesn't need to be a blanket one for everyone to be able to take trucks home at any moment. I think we can tailor it to say an event of storms, anticipated weather that they might need specifically their plow trucks. And then whomever is on call can have a truck available to them.
I will say, Goob's been on call, he does in the wintertime, the snow, he calls us out for the snow. But he took the truck home last winter and you haven't taken it home all winter and this winter, nobody's
Yeah.
taken it home. Well, we really don't want to, cause I don't,
Don't want to if you don't have to.
yeah, I don't want another pickup in my driveway, quite honestly.
So do you, when there is an impending storm, for example, tomorrow night, it sounds like we're gonna get weather.
Sounds like tonight.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Yay, yay. How late are we going tonight? Ha- Do the guys take trucks home, their plow trucks home, everybody goes to town hall to plow?
Town hall, the lower garage, we park all the trucks in the lower garage and the upper garage. We can fit every truck we have in the 2 garages.
Parking it in your driveway and having to shovel it.
Yeah. But we do that to keep them thawed out, cause the sand's frozen, everything's frozen, and we run into that problem all the time. I'd love to put the sand in the garage.
There's our salt shed.
Hold on one second, Josh.
Jerry, the other side of that coin is, I've heard, if there was an accident and your town employee is out riding around in his personal vehicle, how was that handled?
What do you mean?
What?
If you're If you're on duty and you're in your personal vehicle doing work for the town, and there's an accident involving your personal vehicle, how is that handled? Because you're not in a town vehicle to do that, so it's kind of there's two sides to that. You can take the vehicle and bring it home, or you can just choose to do what you need to do in your vehial,
I see what you're
which
saying,
we
so
feel safe doing that, it's our vehicle, we know it inside and out, we've been with them, you know.
if I call these guys out, and I don't know the logistics of all this, and I think what he's saying is, so say we call out the whole crew and everybody's coming to the garage, or if it's in the middle of the night and there's a tree down and it falls on your truck, or you get in an accident with your truck on the way to the town garage, I think you're covered. Once you call, you're covered.
You're not working till you get to work.
Well, you actually, no, legally, you're not working, you're
Till
working as soon as you
in a
get
town
called.
vehicle.
Huh?
You're not working till you're on town property.
No, that's
Can
not
we,
true at
hold,
all.
one second, I
You
just,
get paid from the time you get called from your house?
once,
Yes, by
Oh, really?
law, you have to get
Wow,
paid from the
I go
time.
back to working for the state highway department. We got called, we went in 3 hours in the morning, didn't get paid.
hold on. I
Is that right,
can't
Bill?
see who's speaking, but just
Right
in the
here.
interest, okay.
Right here.
Just in the interest of keeping the meeting the way the procedures are written, we need all questions, comments directed at the board. And if we need an answer from Josh, I'll ask for it. I just don't want it to get too
Yeah, no, I
crazy.
hear you.
I just don't want it to get crazy in here, that's all.
Matt Davro, so just to answer that question, if someone's on the payroll,
I'm sorry,
right, so
can I
if
stop
an
for a second? Can we please have them come in so that
Okay,
everybody can see
I'm
them?
Matt Davro. So if, whether it's public or private, my experience in business is, if someone is getting paid, it's like if you call them from home and they leave their house and they're on the payroll, then they are covered by the company or the business insurance as they are covered on workman's comp liability, everything else. But they have to be getting paid.
Yep.
So if someone's coming in on their own time, then they're not covered, town's not liable. Only when they're getting paid does that kick in.
Right.
Correct.
Just from my
No,
experience.
you're correct.
And I'll back out into the home. Back into oblivion.
So to answer Bill's question, I don't think we quite answered Bill's question, I'm not sure, which was if something happens to his personal truck when he's called out, is that
The
covered?
town insurance
The town
covers it,
insurance
because
covers
he's
it.
on the payroll.
Because he's getting paid.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
As soon as I
Right.
call.
If he's coming in on a random Tuesday morning and something happens, then no. But if he's called out for an event, a weather event, or something like that, he's been
Yeah.
called, he gets he's
Yeah.
covered from when he leaves his house to when he leaves here after work.
Does that answer your question? Okay.
One second, Donna. I guess, go ahead, Donna.
One final comment, I think the meat of this discussion is, and everybody here is probably here because of that, is that nobody agrees there should be personal use for town property. I think you guys agree to that now after two legal, opinions. I think probably everybody here, maybe with a few exceptions, believes that, and, thank you for seeing this through.
So the question is, now, are we okay with that sentence, or,
I think I would recommend just adding a separate acceptable use policy that even covers not even being removed from town property, sitting, me using my selectman's laptop upstairs, shouldn't be checking Facebook on it. So I think an acceptable use policy should address not even necessarily removal, but just no personal use of any kind of town property and resources.
That's what that says.
yeah,
The red line states that.
there will be no personal use of town
And
property. It's-
it does cover laptop, computer data, disks, other documents,
computer
communications records.
But this specifically says shall not be used or removed from town premises. I guess I feel like,
Without
Well-
written authorization from your department head.
And that red line does not say removed, it says there will be no personal use of town
Period.
property. It does
No
not
personal
address the
use.
removal.
So that
For
would
that
cover
reason.
that computer.
Oops.
Some let the birds in.
I mean, if we wanna have Cordell look into adding an acceptable use,
You have any raised?
I don't want to.
I think we can just phrase it that then personal use of town property is strictly prohibited with the exception of are, with the strictly prohibited period, incidental use, is allowed at the discretion of the select board.
That's fine, and incidental,
Right, it was it was deemed not inappropriate incidental use is acceptable.
right,
He said as long as it's within your travel from point A to point B.
and incidental was defined by our attorney, so we have backup
Right.
on the,
I would like to not add to this or muddy this anymore, but having read the personnel policy and
Can
discipline
you talk up, Nicole, please?
having read the personnel policy and discipline policy, I don't wanna muddy this, cause I'm in agreement with what Adam wrote, but something like this, given this, immediate dismissal is the consequence for personal use. That's how I feel after all of this to do. Instead of the 4 stages that we have in there, I just don't think that it should be tolerated. It's against the New Hampshire Constitution, it's not legal, any other DPW worker that had contacted me said that they would've been fired on the spot, so. I think that we should address it there at another time, but I think it needs to be addressed, maybe not, just not in this language.
okay. Sharon?
Sharon showing, I have at least one point, is that this is not new to the state. Personal use of municipal property is not allowed. I feel like you're trying to word a policy when there's already policies and already RSAs and those kinds of things written. There's already written documentation of how to do this. There are other towns who have the same policy of, acceptable use, non-acceptable use. Why are we not looking to their wording, looking to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a bind by wording this in such a way that, and I know, once the lawyers get a hold of it, something happens and we end up in court over it. The way we worded this becomes hugely important. Words have meanings in a legal sense, and I feel like this needs, if this is gonna be a policy that you can be dismissed over, I think you need to make sure that we are covered completely and in the right with how we word this, and it needs legal language to be able to put it back in policy correctly.
Can you just refer to the RSA?
Go ahead.
Can I, based on that, can I make a motion that this just be emailed to Cordell and
And
speak up?
adjust,
Yeah.
adjust it accordingly,
Yeah,
That's a great idea.
that's,
that way.
I don't think you need a motion, right?
Alright,
No.
the wording, I guess I'll throw out there as a baseline for Cordell to start with. Personal use of town property or resources is strictly prohibited. Incidental use is acceptable upon discretion of the Board of Selectmen. Just as a baseline to
you
start
can
with.
throw it to them and make sure that we're within our binds. We're all in agreement that we want it to stop.
Right.
We
Yeah.
just want the right wording.
Correct.
Did you get that wording, Linda?
No.
Do you want me to give her that?
I'll rewrite it later, it's
Okay.
just kind of scratching as we go.
Yeah, if we can, I said we'll just send it to Cordell and make sure that
Is that
It's
written
all-
permission?
It's all up,
Yep.
on the up and up.
No.
there's no,
There'll be no
there'd be
personal use.
no personal use permission at all. The
No.
written permission comes with like, if
Right.
Joey, their laptop, she wants to take it
Right,
home.
but did she say, I don't think she said
Incidental,
written.
yeah, a proposed
She's-
thought was incidental use is acceptable, upon discretion of the Board of Selectmen. That means
She's-
if someone has a question, they would come to the board.
To answer your question, Donna, she's adding to a policy that already states that you need written permission,
Okay.
that already exists. So, we're all in agreement, we'll send it to Cordell for the proper wording with our intent that there will be no personal use.
Yes, that is the intent.
It's Ron's in the back.
Ron?
Yes, Adam, I want to thank you and the board for taking on this contentious issue. You put our minds at ease, thank you very much. And also to thank you to the Highway Department for keeping our roads open 24/7, 365. They do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Alright, so Linda, if you wouldn't mind sending that to Cordell with our intent, and then see if we can get an answer from him on that date. Thank you. Alright, discussion of draft purchasing policy changes.
I'm sorry, before you move on, I mean, this is just one part of the conversation. This part of the conversation was looking at the policy. the issue that came up in the earlier December meetings was that has already been personal use of town property.
Correct,
As
those
a
are,
taxpayer,
we,
I
and
want my
I'm,
money back.
it is a personnel issue and we are looking into it and we will have results once we're done.
What does that mean? We're looking into it. Is there an investigation that's ongoing? Are you looking for documentation? Are you, getting all the information from all of the department heads to find out because
We're getting all the information that we can based on what we were told happened, and we're gonna look into it and move forward from there.
When are we gonna hear something back? Commit to a date. We owe, you
Hold
owe
on,
us.
hold on, I need you to
Dave
state,
Scarborough.
it's impossible to give you a date, I mean, we looked into it today, we'll look into it at our next meeting, I would imagine we'll have something within the
2 or so.
the next 2 meetings, a month.
So by a month from today, we can have something back from you on what you found out, what it has cost taxpayers, and how this became an unwritten policy that's technically illegal and put taxpayers at a tremendous amount of risk, liability-wise.
We are hopeful to have this done in a month. Alright. Discussion of draft purchasing policy changes.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
Sure, Madam, we'll give a 5-minute break, so
Yeah,
everybody
so
wants
in
to
case
leave.
anybody wants to
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
It's gonna get noisy.
Is there anybody staying for this one? Anybody that wants to go that was only here for that one can go?
I'm just gonna walk out for a second. I just want to say something.
Thanks, guys, appreciate it.
Never got much There it is. Turns out
Yeah, I know, you can't get out. I just want them out of the way so
Do we
people
know,
can get out of the building.
do we know how much we are trash disposal?
Alright, purchasing policy and procedure. Unless you guys are gonna sit here and request me to, I will read the highlights and red lines as opposed to reading the 2-page policy. It's Doug.
Yep.
He always parks there, every,
All right, Bill, stay.
Do you want me to do it since the CIC committee proposed the rewrites, or? You go ahead, it's just gonna help move it along.
So, first line, items up to $1,000, purchase at discretion of department head. There's a red line to remove the word will and change it to the word may. Number 2, goods and services more than 1,000, but less than what used to be 10. The red line is the 10, and it looks like Joy, the CIP committee, wants to change that to 5.
Yes.
and those, there's a red line through will be, and it's changed to are at the discretion of the Board of Selectmen through submission by the department head of a purchase rec with 3 estimates attached prior to the goods being ordered.
Can I ask a question on that for
Yep.
clarification? Does that include maintenance on vehicles? The truck breaks down and we take the truck to the garage and they're like, it's gonna be $7,300. Do we then have to remove the truck, bring it to another garage, get another estimate, remove it from there, and get another estimate? Costing the town $600 a pop to tow the vehicle every time.
Can we take that estimate and understand what work needs to be done? Leave the truck there overnight, go home and call 2 more garages and say this is the work that needs to be done? What would you
You're
estimate?
bordering on a line of not being ethical, because you're not supposed to take someone else's estimate or scope of work. It's supposed to be independent. It's the idea, right?
The thought is to find out what work needs to be done, let me go home and sleep on it. Get 2 more quotes, okay, I slept on it.
But you're getting 2 more quotes based on somebody else's
You
quote.
can let them know that I'm,
Okay. Now what
wouldn't you? I mean, if,
Sure. I mean, if you want to do that, I mean, okay, so we do this again. I'm not necessarily disagreeing with this. I'm playing devil's advocate.
cause I've
okay?
done that. I've gone into a car shop, they've quoted me something, I'm like, yeah, I don't know, let me sleep on that. And then I ask someone else, how much would that cost? I've done that with HVAC and the home I used to live in. They told me I needed a whole new system for, $4,800, but really the whole system the better system is $10,000. I went, let me sleep on it. I called someone else and said, this is the scope of work that I was being quoted, like, that's a $1,200 air conditioner, it's not $10,000, not even $4,800. Then I got in another repairman, who's like, it's a $50 part, it's your liquid line dryer. It absolutely behooves you.
All right. Well,
to
and then
get-
again, how
to get 3 estimates.
to what degree are we willing to wait on the estimates? There's another question. Because if you call and they're like, "Oh, we'll get back to you. We're busy. Whatever. Yada yada." How long are we willing to let the vehicle sit?
Less than 24 hours.
And are we willing to foot the bill for towing it from one shop to the other?
How much cheaper is it at the next shop?
The only issue I think I have with that is, my experience is sometimes, like if I bring my car in towed, cause I need an alternator,
Mhm.
it's the whole dad, what the signs are, but really I don't. And if if I say it, they do it, when really it could have been something else, so I feel like if you take that person's scope of work and give it to somebody else, it could be, like you said, that was just a smaller part and it was only a $2,000 job, but you just gave them license to do the $5,000 job by saying all of that, you know what I mean?
Right, so then you're at the point where
I don't know how ethical everyone is, so that's my concern, cause you might not need all that. And just that first shop said that, but somebody else might say it differently.
You don't necessarily have to hand them a piece of paper, can't you just say, I was quoted $200 or $1,000 for a new alternator for this truck. Like, oh, no, that's a $700 one.
But it could be not the alternator's my
But,
concern, it
yeah.
could be just battery, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
I'm gonna take a question out here, or
Bill Eldridge, I guess my question would be is, how many times are you gonna do this before these shops start saying, we don't wanna work with you anymore? We only have so many local people that will work on these big trucks. So what would happen then? Then you can't get 3 quotes.
Greg Hill, usually you have a shop you go to, you trust, I need the truck fixed, that's what I do. You can't bounce, it
Yeah.
really isn't a good thing to do.
Correct.
And a lot
They'll
of,
help you out too quicker than you're gonna get helped. Oh, by the way, I'm going down the road to get another estimate.
right, relationships are
Yeah.
everything.
but a lot of things too, on Greg's point, a lot of like trucks that we have are proprietary, I mean,
Yeah.
you can't, a Kenworth, a regular shop's not gonna work on a Kenworth, I mean, there's computer programs and all that you have to buy, I mean, it costs several
Allen's about
thousand.
the only
Yeah.
one, Allen.
We use, for stuff that we can't fix or whatever, that we'll take it to Hilton's, and actually Keith, it even comes here. If something's broken, we wanna tow it, he'll try to, and another thing, sometimes you have to bring it to the garage and they'll have $1,000 or $15 in a diagnosis of what's wrong with the.
It's $150 an hour for
Yeah.
diagnosis, I just had it done on my Volvo.
I mean, that's
It
just,
hurts.
it'd be impossible to follow that. I understand
I'm
what you're
assuming-
saying on
I'm
So how can we
assuming-
rewrite it so it
Hold on,
meets
Joy.
the spirit within
Jim was
reason?
talking.
I'm
Sorry.
assuming, I know, I understand the process here, what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
But when we get to put tires on a big truck, I'm assuming we're still getting state bid tires?
Yes.
So that already done by the state. So when he needs tires and it's 4,000, probably even more for a truck, but the state's already done all that bidding process. So he doesn't, we shouldn't have to go through the 3 bids, it's already been done. He should be able to put in hey, I need $5,000 to retire the number 14 truck, and it's done. We shouldn't
Okay.
have to do the CIP thing or do any kinda, you see what I mean, everything
so
we
what
do
are the
by state
exceptions
bid,
then?
it's done.
Cause what are the, for example, like, you know,
Well,
like getting a
basically-
boiler, getting a boiler repaired, you want your 3 quotes. Having certain, so what are the exceptions? The exception, you're explaining to me some of
I
the
think
exceptions.
new goods. Not maintenance, cause
Maintenance, yeah.
technically maintenance is on old goods,
It's the dollar
right?
figure, they're gonna
Right.
add up quick on any big equipment we have.
Right, but I think like
Grader
if we're
tire could be
buying,
$5,000 a tire.
Okay.
right, buying new
You know.
equipment, buying, I understand that, like, oh, we wanna buy a new, whatever, sandblaster, let's get
Let's
3
3
quotes
quotes.
just to
Okay.
make sure we're not getting hosed. But
Okay.
I think that's great, but
Okay.
like,
Maintenance?
for me, that was my
Okay.
thing when reading this is knowing what maintenance costs on even a pickup truck.
Exactly, a big truck.
I mean, you can't take it in, I can't take my truck for an oil change and fuel filter is almost $1,000, it's a pickup truck. So, like, that limits
Okay, then
what
let's
you can
rewrite
do.
it, let's correct it.
Right, so that was,
Let's correct it.
right.
I would say if you're gonna have it, when it comes to mechanicals on our equipment, it would have to be an exceptional breakdown on a machine or a truck we don't need immediately back. Like a transmission and a loader or something like that where we have the time, because we need to, it's so expensive.
Right.
Part alone is what, 10 grand,
Right, but
whatever.
too, I think we're
You know what I
handcuffed
mean?
with
Like-
some of that to manufacturer.
Yeah, so
You know.
I'm just saying, like,
Right, but like I said,
you don't need it back right away,
Right.
and it was
I
something
think-
totally unanticipated, like when we lost a motor.
Right.
You know, we only have like 2 Kenworth dealers, so we can see if there's a savings at one or whatever, then maybe that I could see, cause we have other trucks to
Sure,
use.
sure, I
Um,
can understand that.
but
Like I said, and that's, we're
immediate
talking
repairs,
exceptional
you know,
costs too, like,
Yeah, exceptional costs, I would say.
Mhm.
But, for any other service, I mean, if there's somebody's coming into our town to fix stuff up, we need the 3 quotes.
So Adam, there's a lot of things that we purchase that we don't have, we live in a semi, I don't wanna isolated area. We can't go shopping,
Right.
you know, like where I came from, there was anything you could imagine within 25 minutes of your house.
Like
And there was multiple stores, you could just shop to your heart's content. Up here, we do a lot of things that is internet-based. So your quote is right there in front of you.
Yeah.
So to get 3 quotes, yeah, you can do it that way,
Yeah.
but you gotta
That's what you
understand, it's not always, oh, we bought this because it's the best one and it's the most expensive. We do shop, but we do it, you know, to the best of our ability, and we use what is local to us when we can, but we also, you know, and they are fairly expensive purchases, but you don't necessarily have to print all 3, it's just simple, this has got the best deal, you know, for what we're looking for, and we put in a request to purchase it.
Yeah, that's all
So
we're
it's
asking
hard
for,
to-
is just the
You know, for
3
us to
quotes.
give you 3 quotes on something that
You
we're
just-
getting off the internet, that's ridiculous in my mind, to print the most expensive and then print another one, because we're gonna get the best bang for our buck, we're gonna get the least expensive, but yet it's the most versatile item we can. So
I know, I've worked
it's a-
online for like almost 15 years, it's not hard for me to just print something off or PDF it or attach it to something. Like I mean, it's just for expensive items, things between $1,000 and $5,000. Like I looked around for this $2,500 part, bing bang boom, here are 3 different sites, here are the 3 different quotes, boom, here we go, here's the purchase rec done.
It's just a matter of, we're trying to, you know, we could show you 17 quotes, like, at
Just
what
3.
point, you know, do you say, well, I don't agree with your choice?
Just
Well,
3.
no, I see what you're getting at, Bill, if I may. Sure. So, but, a lot of the parts, you know, we need, if we needed it, like a part for a vehicle to fix, I mean, we find the 3 parts, you know, they're all next day shipping or whatever. It's a $2,500 part or a $4,000 part, and they're gonna bring it up here. We get the 3 quotes, we find the cheapest one, and then we throw those 3 quotes to you guys and wait for 2 weeks to get the part?
Alright, timeline's the issue.
Yeah, like I said, unless it's something that's not going right back out on the road, I think the repairs from Hilton's and stuff have been, like, they're in your back pocket, you can't kinda mess with that relationship.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So I think the general consensus is we need to reword number 2 if we're gonna change it to
Non-maintenance?
to non-maintenance items.
Yeah.
So that they have the ability to see Keith or order a set of tires.
Non-repair items.
Yeah, to get that piece of equipment back on the road.
Fair enough.
Sharon?
I do also wanna give consideration to what Selectman Eldridge said, where if you are going to buy something from the state, and the state has already done that process of, you know, it's almost like when the federal government, we went through GSA, the government services folks, and you knew you were getting the best price that the government could negotiate. I think there's opportunity and ability here that you state that on the requisition, that this was gonna be purchased through that process, and that would alleviate the need for those three quotes. You get that quote from the state, put it on the piece of paper, that's where it came from, and the selectmen all then know that, okay, this was an already bid opportunity.
Like bottom line price.
That the government already did the work for us, and you can move forward that way. But this purchase policy is not new to Madison. This is the same type of purchase policy that's used by schools, it's used by governments, it's used by other municipalities, it's used by companies. I mean, if you're gonna make what would be considered a major purchase, anything over, and that's negotiable, I suppose. Right now, it says anything over 1,000 to 5,000, this is the one process. That's the process that needs to be followed. It has to be followed to make sure you're doing the correct things in the correct process, because you're using taxpayers' money to do it. You're not using your own company's money, you're using somebody else's, and the town has to be good stewards of that. I'm not saying that we're not, I'm just saying that from a transparency standpoint and being able to validate that, you have to follow that policy.
Yeah, Billy check. Is this gonna be on materials as well? Sand, salt, gravel? Are we getting bids on that type of materials as well? And one thing to remember, if we are, certain suppliers can only deliver to certain places. So our salt comes from Granite State Minerals. There's one other place that we could possibly get our salt from, and that's Morton Salt out of Portland. The other companies cannot, they have boundaries that they can't go over, so they can't deliver to Granite State. So stuff like that, is this gonna affect all that? Are we gonna be getting gravel prices from Ambrose, Brock's, which are miles away, versus Coleman's that are just up the street? I'm just asking, cause I'm curious.
You know, it's a good question, and I wanna be clear here that we're not, this policy already exists the way I would just worded it. The only thing changing here is the dollar figures. And I guess, yes, you're adding the 3 estimates to the lower dollar figure.
So, but we're creating an exception for, not mechanical non-repair, or we're
Maintenance
excluding maintenance repair items, and
Government
not
bid.
necessary if purchased through a state bid process. And if there are only 2 people who do this thing, then just 2 estimates.
Proprietary items.
Yeah.
Yeah, like territorial stuff.
It's easy enough to document when you go to ask for 3 bids, but there's only 2 suppliers that supply to this area. The third one that you would call doesn't supply to this area. It's easy enough to write a short statement that says, attempted to call these guys, they don't supply to this area. There's your 3 bids. You know, the fact that it's a 0 bid from that other organization isn't irrelevant. It adds to the pile, but it shows that we did the due diligence for trying to do the right thing, follow the policy as it's written, and still accomplish what needs to be accomplished.
And if I I may, to kinda address Billy's question. Are we gonna put it on material, and do we get a seasonal bid, or do we get a bid every time we buy over 1,000, say of gravel, crushed gravel, we usually get it from Coleman's.
What's going to benefit us most?
Well, this
What's
is what
gonna get us
I'm
the best price?
Right. Well, that's I guess a question we can ask. But my thought is, if we know we got a project coming up and we need $15,000 worth of gravel. We do that and we run out of gravel. Well, then they're like, oh, we need to do some more gravel roads, and it's the Wednesday after our meeting. Do they then wait 2 weeks for that? Like that comes the timeline comes into effect again. Like to do the bidding and the purchasing, do we then wait and postpone those projects? Do we?
If they've already
No,
purchased-
but
if they've
that was
already
my question.
done
Do
the
we do a
quote.
seasonal one, or do we have to do it every time they purchase something over? Because those material costs change monthly, depending on the material, it does change. So are we looking for, we went out beginning of the season, in April we went out, we asked the people what their aggregate bids were for X, Y, and Z, we're gonna go with that for the season? Or do we say, well, we got our bid in April, it's August, and we need another boatload of whatever, do we go out for another one and then wait, whatever that timeline is between meetings to get the approval to then get the stuff to do the jobs?
Can we wait the 2 weeks? I mean, it sounds like it's on a case-by-case basis. If we can wait the 2 weeks between two meetings, then we wait and make sure we're getting the best price. If we can't wait, then
Or
there's already
could we even potentially rely on the department head to get the three prices and be able to provide them, but if the purchase needs to be done before us, he could say, listen, I went and got these three prices, I went with Coleman's instead of Brock's because they were X amount cheaper, we bought from each other the project, but here's the bids, this is why we went with them, would we be willing to?
Well, I feel like if you're gonna keep using the example of gravel, you can say sand, salt, whatever. In the beginning, the department head puts in how much they're gonna spend on that.
Sure, but we still have to
So-
buy it.
No, I understand that, so it's part of the actual budget that we vote on. Now, do you want, you can still get the three bids and say, Coleman's is X amount of ton, and I'm thinking, 800 ton, Brock's is X amount of ton. Don't we wanna get the most gravel for that,
absolutely.
20,000 that we put aside? So you already have the three for the whole season, pretty much. And then you're just gonna buy from the one that's gonna get you the most gravel.
Right.
Doesn't that
Right.
make sense, to get the most gravel for
Right,
the
but
money?
and I'm not debating that, my
Yeah.
point is, timeline wise, if there's multiple projects and there's gaps between the timeline, how do we rectify that so our guys are working? I think he's
feel
got
like
an
it's
answer.
already-
Okay,
it's already
I
in the
have a
budget.
question,
Greg, I didn't forget about you, coming, Josh.
Oh, and I hope Greg backs me up on this. Cheapest isn't always the best when it comes to aggregate.
Aggregate and parts.
Parts,
Yeah,
yeah,
parts is
so,
what-
we're gonna go, and we've never done that, so even when you put out an estimate for anything, cheapest doesn't always mean the best,
The best
so.
product is gonna cost
Cost
more.
money, right, yeah, for sure.
And you gotta figure trucking, is it being delivered?
Right, are we
Or is
picking
the
it up?
town getting it? You're gonna have two different prices. It's cheaper for the town to truck it from Coleman's than it is to
Drive to-
where you gonna go, Ospey aggregates?
Or drive to or
Greg.
Ospey aggregates, and we do sometimes, Coleman's will buy a load of, say, 6-inch minus. Yeah, it's a little bit more to buy at, Burke's, but, it's better product.
I go to Burke's to get stuff, cause
Greg.
Coleman doesn't have enough stuff.
Will you do me a favor and slide your chair in here? I know.
We wanna see your pretty face.
Greg, you wanna just sit, you wanna just come sit in?
There we go.
I could add,
Josh, go ahead.
one more thing. I wish there was a little more trust, I can tell you the shopping, I don't wanna say shopping, cause that sounds kinda bad, but
No, it's shopping.
It's shopping, we do go around and shop for, things like that, obviously tires you can't buy, but even on state bid, Dylan found a place where, there's one thing that I found on the state bids, and they pretty much sell everything, the state bids out every single thing. We found pipe, from another culverts and stuff like that, that was cheaper than the state bid.
Pipe
That came from
connections.
Pipe connections, and they deliver, so I'm just saying, we do shop around for every single thing, and if we get some product or aggregate, and it only takes 2 loads or 3 loads of 6-inch minus to go over $1,000, and if I have to go and shop around to Brock's and, which we probably would, we do anyway. We're gonna look for the best product, the best bang, the best value for our buck.
Yeah, but you are thinking about distance to go get it, fuel, wear and tear
Absolutely,
and all that, so
Right,
it's gonna
right.
end up being more.
So, first of all, we're not saying cheapest is best. The point is to plan it and to make sure that you've done your due diligence. If we know we're gonna need a big prick tick item, we plan it. We find out, we make sure that we're getting the best product for the best price, including whatever needs to be included, whether it's shipping or having us picking it up or whatever. The purpose is to make sure that we are planning for these expensive items and doing our homework.
Right, but I think the point of a lot of what's said here is a lot of what we do is gonna cost a lot more than what's on this piece of paper, and we need to give the department heads some leeway to do what we hired them to do. I'm not saying don't get 3 quotes, but we need them as a town to be able to function. They need to be able to go get the things. If they need to get the 3 bids, fine. Pick the one you think is best bang for your buck. Give us the 3 bids later, but let them do their job
I don't feel
without waiting a month to come back here.
I'm not understanding how we're buying these things in these increments, cause Josh gives us a budget, he's got gravel for the year, why are we, I'm confused on the whole thing.
That's
So-
another thing, yeah, like,
I
'cause
can
it's
see,
a
yeah,
purchase as opposed to a budget.
okay.
It's a purchase.
I can see if it
Right.
helps stay in the
And
budget.
you
but
cannot-
it's not-
And I think with the point is that a lot of this wording,
Right.
like we're talking about legal wording, is binding us to these items that we shouldn't be bound to. Whether it be salt, we get a salt quote in June or whatever, we buy the salt and then we run out, we're gonna get 3 more quotes, we got a storm coming, we're shit out of luck.
Then write an exception for things like that. But the point is, we even had we're in debate over whether or not to buy a container for town hall. You came to us with one $5,000 or $6,000 container. There is no reason not to get 3 quotes on that. You didn't come to the table with, I had to specifically go back and ask.
First of all, that was me, and that was not a bid, let's buy it, that was, this is generally what it's gonna cost us, can we talk about this? That wasn't a, can we go purchase this?
And I believe it got to the point of, well, can we
It did
purchase
after
this?
discussion, but when the bid was brought here, it was a discussion.
You were ready to purchase it without three quotes.
And
So
we went back
it's
to Dave and asked for more
It's
quotes.
disingenuous to sit here and say, we never don't get 3 quotes. It's disingenuous.
But under the old purchase policy, we didn't need 3 quotes. Cause it was again, the old purchase policy right here said $10,000 and there was no, with 3 estimates. So I'm not saying it's not a good idea, but we weren't trying to, the tone of what you're saying is very accusatory, let me put it that way. We weren't breaking any rules. I'm not saying what you're saying isn't right and valid and we need to shop around.
Was I wrong to say that to say it is not accurate that we always get 3 quotes for everything? Was I wrong to point out that that is not the case?
I don't know. I'm new. I've only been here for so long, and I feel like major purchases, we send out 3, the furnace, for instance, we sent out 3, got 2. Right?
That's fine.
Okay?
We made our due diligence.
Exactly, and I'm not saying that that's bad, but again, I think we're getting off topic here, but what you were stating, not saying that we shouldn't have gotten 3 quotes, didn't go against our purchase policy. My point I'm making. You made an accusation that we weren't doing our due diligence when that wasn't our due diligence.
It is due diligence no matter what the scenario.
But it wasn't part of the purchase
It
policy.
doesn't-
We were
but
following the
But I'm
purchase
hearing
policy.
that we always do 3 quotes. We always do it. We always do it. We
When
we
it-
don't.
when
It's
it
I'm pointing out
requires
that
3
we're getting off
quotes.
track, but my point was that we don't always do it. That's my point.
On a different vein.
I know.
I just wanna say.
Hold on, I don't wanna be that guy, but I'm gonna let 1 or 2 more people of the public speak, and then I'm gonna contain the conversation to the board and the members of the DPW so that this doesn't get any more out of hand than it already is. So Sharon, go ahead.
So at issue here, the whole crux of the matter is, the thing that the CIP committee was looking to prevent, if you will, is purchasing of equipment or, new purchases without doing the correct thing. The correct thing should always have been to get 3 quotes, where possible. Okay, so where possible could be part of the vernacular that goes in there.
Right, well,
But
that was stricken.
I'm not finished yet. The piece of this is that There have been and there continue to be purchases that happen within the town that don't necessarily follow the purchasing policy. Perhaps because the policy wasn't clear enough, or perhaps because time didn't allow for it, but those things happened, and we've all seen it. We've talked about it for the last year and a half. This effort is to clean that up and to hold people, it's not accountable, it's just to hold them to the process and say, this process is here for a reason. This process is to protect the taxpayer, it's to protect the town, it's to protect, even the employee from making a bad decision. That's all it is. Nobody's saying that the DPW doesn't do the due diligence and get the 3 quotes. Nobody's saying that. We're not saying that they don't shop around. They may not always present those 3 quotes because, they went online and the other 2 were way out of line and they just got the one and said, this is what we're gonna buy. This, to a certain extent, codifies that process. So 5 years from now, when something happens or somebody questions it, there's documentation that shows we did, as a town, the thing that we're supposed to do. That's it. So don't make this harder than it has to be. If we have to finagle the wording to allow exceptions, then let's do it. But let's get a process in place and a procedure and a policy in place that's gonna get followed by the town, that's gonna give them an easier job because they know exactly what they're supposed to do, and it gives you guys the ability to take a look at a purchase request and know that the due diligence was actually already done. Not just believe it, but know it and see it and verify it.
One more from the back.
Matt, wouldn't it to simplify and to make sure that the crew always has materials, can't we just get an annual contract? Bid an annual contract with an estimate of what we think we're going to get, and then a second price for extra, whether it's annual or 6 months? Because then if these guys need gravel and they're out, or salt and they're out, they don't have to go to anyone to ask permission, they just call the vendor for that period who's already under contract, and yes, the price may go up, it may go down, but what's the cost of people's time when they don't have the material? So can't we just get an annual contract or 6-month contract?
There are some of those items that we can do that for. Alright, and I'm gonna be very clear here, just, so we don't muddy the waters, we're gonna hold the rest of the discussion to the board and the DPW. Dave?
Except for Dave.
Well, Dave is DPW.
So, I wanna address the dumpster, okay? There's been a lot of misinformation about that, and I'm the culprit. I did get 3 quotes. I got through Waste Quip, Atlantic Recycling, and Presby R&L. 2 of those are based out of Pennsylvania. Same price as Presby up in Berlin, where they make them. The exception is the 2 in Pennsylvania wanna charge $1,500 to get them here. So I went with the one, which I can drive up and pick up and bring it back here. It's a 10-yard dumpster, it's enclosed, it looks just like the aluminum can dumpster at the transfer station, but much smaller. It's 10 yards, that's a 40-yard up there. You can slide the doors, you can lock the doors. No, I've heard say we can store it in our garage. No, we're not gonna store trash in our garage. And in the summertime, that thing will fill up in a week's time. Everybody's putting into it, because you have softball and things going on here at the field. You have Old Home Week. I brought an open top dumpster to Old Home Week last year from the transfer station, which helped a little bit. But it gets pretty nasty smelling in the summertime. You'll come up the driveway and you can smell that dumpster out here, and it's overflowed, and they come, even if we call them and ask them to come, they come once a month now, I think, but if we call them, they'll come every couple of weeks. We're paying for that.
What's the plan to?
But this 10-yard dumpster, you can fill it up, I can put it on the roll-off. I won't take that up to Berlin, I'll take it to the transfer station and dump it in one of the open top containers. And then it'll go up there on that trip. But it would be here, we could lock it, it's got the sliding doors, you can lock those out, but I don't care what you do. But if you're trying to not have to pay Conway Incinerator, and they're gonna be going up in prices, by the way. I'm from Ossipee, and I go to the Ossipee transfer station, and their prices are going up and up and up. And now they're wondering, hey, what are you guys doing? Because they know me, you know. But whatever you decide, I did get 3 prices, and that, going back to what Josh said, you gotta have a little bit of faith in us, that we're not trying to slide something underhanded here, and that was the best deal. Buy $1,500 for the same exact thing. So that's why you didn't get the other 2.
You know, just attack the other two.
It would have been just as easy, just present the other two with it, and then the conversation would have stopped.
All right. So, we're still on item number
It is
2.
us.
I guess the first question is, does anybody object to the dollar figure?
I don't think so. As long as, like I said, we make the
The exception. for
non-maintenance and, right.
Right. So, with item number 2, I'm personally okay, it sounds like Jake's okay, Jim's fine with Joy, Nicole, fine with the wording, as long as we add in that there's exceptions for maintenance items.
Yeah, and just to clarify what these guys were saying, with the estimates attached, and we don't, not everybody has the time to respond and they don't want our business, I get that. But I would like, so the proof would be, we contact the companies in an email, and that even say, I never heard back from this guy, or whatever, they said, no thanks.
Yep.
So that we're not saying, oh, I called down there, we don't know, we just wanna know that you did it by sending an email, so a copy of the email, I think is, see the 3 estimates, and if we only end up with 1, but at least we had 3 requests for estimates, 3 requests for proposals, that we can go back to, because like these guys have said, and I've experienced, not everybody responds, you know?
Okay.
So written is what I would say I would go with.
Excuse me.
So the exceptions are exceptions for maintenance items and perhaps others requiring action prior to the next BOS meeting and not necessary if purchased through the state bid process.
Yep.
There you go.
All right. 3, goods and services estimated to cost more than 5,000, the original number was 10,000, but less than 15,000, require completion of a capital expense proposal form and request for proposal, providing detailed requirements to vendors, both documents to be reviewed by the Capital Improvement Committee and the Board of Selectmen. Upon approval of the Board of Selectmen, the department head shall send the approved RFP to at least 3 vendors. And the words "whenever possible" are stricken, and that's an issue that I have, but I'll finish reading and then I'll get to it. Upon receipt of 3 vendor proposals, the department head shall complete a purchase requisition with the proposals attached, submit them to the Board of Selectmen for approval prior to the goods being ordered or services being scheduled. I think that we need to leave the words "whenever possible" in there, because if we've already stated, there are often times when there are only 2 vendors available.
I'd say then just add a note, if not possible, then just, you're sending it to 3 vendors, like just,
And you said
Even-
in
even
writing,
if
I
it's-
think that covers it, that's.
Well,
But
that's
if
what-
there's not
Saying it,
3
you don't
vendors,
There's
necessarily
only
have-
2
yeah.
vendors for
How
salt.
often
Oh,
does
yeah,
that
yeah,
happen?
no, I see what you mean. No, it does happen.
It
Right.
happens more often than you'd like to think. The one off the top of my head that we discussed a couple of times here tonight is the salt. There are only 2 vendors for salt that we can get, so we cannot hold, we're binding ourselves with the wording. Whenever possible is a very blanket statement. If it's possible, we will get them. If it's not possible, we won't get them.
it's to send them out, it isn't necessarily to get them, it's just to
But
send
you
them.
can't even send them out if those people don't exist. That's why the whenever possible was in there.
As long as it's not abused. As long as whenever possible is rare.
It is rare. I would assume.
Okay.
I'd also like to make the adjustment for non-maintenance items.
Right.
Because
same.
multiple times the truck's gone in, it's 7, 9, whatever, so just make that.
So, like I said, I think we need to leave whenever possible in there and add the maintenance items. Does that sound appropriate?
Yes.
My most concern is getting everything in writing.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
that would solve a lot of issues.
No, if we're
Than
gonna
saying, I
get the
called
ex-
down there,
Yeah.
you know, like, then we were all left wondering. So we just need to, in writing, even if you didn't get a response, we saw that it went out.
I mean, and they're all here tonight, with direction from the board is to re-estimates and give them to us.
Yep.
That way we have them in writing as opposed to
Right.
verbal.
And when we talk about salt, for instance, like salt, any vendor, they're gonna automatically send to every single municipality that they can sell to.
Right.
Yeah.
Their price, you know, it just
You're on their
comes.
list, yeah.
Real quick, Billy, yeah, are we still getting salt through state bid? Do we still get that paperwork in July?
Yes.
Yes.
And we get in underneath the state bid on that?
All right, 4, goods and services estimated to cost $15,000 or more require completion of a capital expense proposal form and a request for sealed bid, providing detailed specifications to the bidders, to be reviewed by Capital Improvement Committee and the Board of Selectmen. Upon approval by the Board of Selectmen, the department head shall send out the approved RFP. After the selectmen have opened the bids and selected the winning bid, the department head shall complete a purchase requisition and submit with the contract for services to the Board of Selectmen for approval prior to the goods being ordered or services being scheduled. And I don't know if the maintenance line fits in
No,
there,
I don't.
because 15,000 is.
Usually not maintenance.
It's usually not maintenance.
Although if it's a fire truck and you're replacing a pump,
Boom, yeah.
it's 25 to 40 grand,
Right.
so.
Right, but that's still something you're gonna shop around
You
for.
should.
Right, yeah, right, that,
Yeah.
again,
That's
It's
not,
reasonable.
right, my thought with the maintenance thing was just, truck broke down,
Need
it's
it right back.
$7,500. That's
Need
what,
it
like, I think, I mean, honestly, that,
the
that
15,000, that dollar figure.
is good, yeah.
Anybody have a problem with any of the wording in that one? Hearing none? Okay. All right, procedure, item number 1. Determine if you require a capital expense proposal, request for proposal,
Yeah, the wording's messy, I think it went wrong.
yeah,
But determine if you need, if you require a capital expense, just request form, basically, is what we're gonna call it. Oh, no, it is, it's actually, it's capital expense request, request for, okay, yep, sorry, it threw myself off.
request for sealed bids and or only a purchase requisition based on the above policy. A, for goods and services, are we just reiterating what's above?
I think so.
Just make sure you put in there for the maintenance.
Yep.
Yeah, so if
Yeah,
you're, if
all
we're gonna
those.
reiterate in A, then we need to also reiterate the maintenance.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's just,
Yeah, A and B are just reiterations of the above policy mentioned in 1 and 2, but I think, yeah, we need to make sure that the maintenance is added to those. A and B.
Yep.
Alright, 2, upon receipt of 3 written estimates or quotes, RFP responses or opening of sealed bids and bid selection by the Board of Selectmen, completed purchase requisition, the budget line item, name and balance remaining in that budget line must be included on the form, submit the requisition form with the written estimates or quotes, RFP responses or winning bid and contract attached to the accounts payable department for assignment of a purchase requisition number prior to submission to the Board of Selectmen for review and approval.
It's just rewording the 2 that was there, incorporating the changes above. And just making sure that folks fill out that budget line item.
But there's, in addition for assignment of a purchase requisition number,
That was already in there.
it was already in there?
Yep.
Yeah, it is, okay, yep. Any comments on the wording, problems with wording? Alright, 3.
And I would just say that or question, the requisition form already addresses to ask if there's a grant for it. That's part of it.
Capital improvement, yeah, requires
Okay.
folks
Yep.
to look into offsets
Okay.
and stuff.
Alright, so that one was a complete rewording of number 2, well, almost complete. Number 3, if or when the purchase requisition is approved by the selectmen, a signed copy shall be returned to the department, and the department head can place the order with the purchase requisition number. Any problems with the wording on that one?
No.
Number 4, prior to the invoice being paid, the accounts payable department must have the invoice with a packing slip stamped, received, and signed off by the department head with a copy of the approved purchase requisition attached. The budget line and any specific equipment for which the goods or services were purchased shall be written on the invoice. Comments, questions, or concerns with the wording on that one? Number 5, in the case of repeated large bulk purchases, recent previous estimates shall be allowed with the purchase requisition.
I'm fine with that.
That addresses previously mentioned concerns.
6, in the event of an emergency, purchases which cannot wait until the next Board of Select meeting, the administrative assistant or town administrator may approve in the place of the Board of Selectmen. An emergency purchase requisition shall include a written explanation of the emergency and shall be submitted to the Board of Selectmen for the next scheduled meeting of the board. The Selectmen shall review the emergency and purchase. Questions or concerns with that one?
We don't need to sign off on it.
There wouldn't be a need to sign off on it, I don't
To
think,
be
because
already
it's
done.
already.
It's already done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
still need to sign the check. And then the last 2 paragraphs weren't adjusted, other than there was a grammatical error with the word prior to
It's
always
Prio,
have.
actually.
Alright, page 3. Policy and procedure was originally adopted by the Board of Selectmen on January 29, 2008. Revision 1 became effective May 14th, 2003. Revision 2 became effective January 10th, 2017. And Revision 3 became effective August 9th, 2022 per the vote of the Board of Selectmen. Revision 4, which this will be, shall become effective whenever we say. So,
We'll need to see it with all the
yeah, we'll
revisions.
need to see a clean, unredlined version with those additions.
Okay.
Make that happen, and then we'll have a vote. Alright. Now becomes the issue of timing.
Yeah.
We have a draft budget to review, however, in 10 minutes, we will need to recess for a meeting with the board, school board for the town of Madison. And I'd like to get the board's feelings on how far we wanna dive into a budget review with only 10 minutes on the clock.
There's only 3 right now here, otherwise I would say we can entertain doing it, you know what I mean, after, but there's only 3 members here. Unless that's all that's coming.
I'm just wondering if the board wants to dive into this over the next 10 minutes and then pause, or if we wanna wait, I guess, is.
We'll do it after.
I have no opinion.
No feelings?
Dead inside.
Well, I guess. Josh?
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
But we got a plow tonight, and we plowed all last night, and I know we're gonna break up here pretty quick, but there's just one thing I wanted, if I may, one last thing. I've invited, UNHT2 to come in probably within the next 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. There'll be Scott Kinman from UNHT2, Bruce Davis, he's an adjunct instructor from UNHT2, and Mary Lee, I can't think of her last name, but she works for T2, to give a presentation for the selectmen. It would be for the selectmen and the budget committee. It's all about paving and road maintenance, and it'd be an hour-long presentation. We haven't set the final date yet. I would really appreciate it, and it's gonna be all about, you know, maintenance and repair and paving and all that sort of stuff. And if the budget committee, everybody would be invited, you can't close that off in a private meeting, but I don't know if we'll all fit in this room, or we're gonna have to, yeah, we'll have to do it at the school, but I think it's gonna be really informative to the public, and the board and the budget committee, so I hope, you know, obviously you'll have to post it and all that sort of stuff for all the members to come, but
Yep.
I just wanna put that out there, so.
Would it be like,
Everybody's
you know,
welcome.
on the same night, or like different, or night, or
It'd be-
day, or?
It'd be like, we're looking at probably around 6 o'clock on a Wednesday.
Okay.
Try to keep it off a day that don't have any other meetings,
tough one.
yeah.
That's gonna be a tough one.
That's gonna be tough. So
That's
me and
okay.
planning, those are Wednesdays.
Yeah, and I understand, yeah, I understand that, but there would be no good day.
Yeah.
No, there's never a good day.
Unless you do it on Tuesday in between our meetings.
Nope,
No,
then
there's
the
budget.
ABC.
ABC.
Yeah. So there's no good day, so schedule it when you can, and I think the general consensus is
When
we
we
will
go
all
work.
do our best to be there.
Cool. Good night.
Alright, be safe, guys.
I'll say-
Good luck.
Get some sleep when you can.
We go upstairs.
Well, I guess then we're not gonna dive into this before the school board meeting, we'll let these guys.
I'm gonna go.
I go after Jake.
You can go first.
I never know.
Oh,
called it. As soon as you open his mouth, like, yeah, there he is. There's Dad.
Unfortunately, yep.
Hi.
Yep, no, leave mine.
Thank you, everybody.
Nine minutes.
Nope.
I'm Matt Brown, we'll talk about that dam project.
Oh, yes, I can't wait. After budget, yeah, great. All right, look forward to it. Yeah, thank you.
you all the information. I appreciate it if I'm not here to explain it. Those notices just went out, that's for any unpaid.
Yeah,
25 taxes, first issue, second issue, anything that remains unpaid, it's a warning that leaning is coming in April.
Okay.
So those went out 317 notices today.
So 319.
That's the number of parcels, that doesn't always equate to the number of notices. 'Cause
Okay.
If you had both, like, you hadn't paid either bill,
Yeah,
you only
Okay.
get one notice.
right, okay. Or multiple parcels. And we don't need necessarily a call to order, we're recessing our regular meeting to meet with the school board, we try to do this twice a year. We missed November, I think the last time we met was in April.
Yeah, it was springtime.
Yeah, but I personally think this is a good time to do it, and then we can schedule the next one 6 months out from here.
Yeah.
I don't have anything big that we need to discuss. There was conversation of potentially an MOU for use of that room near the gymnasium for the rec.
Storage closet there.
And it was only a conversation with me and Heather, so I guess I wanna make sure that the board was okay with that and
Yep.
how they felt it needed to move forward.
We haven't discussed the MOU
Yeah,
yet.
I have a draft copy of both boards, no one's really seen this, I've just kinda synthesized what I've heard from both parties, so it's in draft form, if you want me to share a copy of it now, or send that via email, I'm happy to do either.
Yeah, you can,
Sure.
if you have a copy
Yeah.
of it, I'll take
Yeah.
a look at it. I personally, and I'm not gonna speak for the board here, but I really appreciate it. I know it's been tough for Heather as a rec director working between here and the school, and it will make her life a little bit easier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I figured.
Thank you.
So this was developed with, the idea of having a shared space that the rec department could utilize at the school, which I think is a great partnership. Don't be bashful if there's things in here that you'd like to have conversation about or change. I'd be happy to take that feedback back to my team and also give Heather another opportunity to take a look at this as well.
Is this a storage closet as you're facing the gym immediately?
Once you go in the doors, before you go into the gym, if you turn left hard, like a U-turn.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I think the PTO's using it right now
Yeah.
for some paper storage
It's
or.
got a lot of stuff in it. I think the PTO actually only had like 2
I don't think it
shelves.
has a lot of stuff anymore.
Not anymore? Oh, good.
They've been, the promise was to clean it out,
Oh, good.
so that, and move the storage, the supplies other places.
Yeah, the PTO only had like 1 or 2 shelves anyway, but it's,
I guess, I mean, this front page looks okay to me. My biggest question, and I think it was already answered, but I'm not posing in a public forum. My understanding is that door is potentially accessible through a key card that wouldn't access the rest of the building.
Right, it's on 2.
Thank you.
So,
Back
Keep reading.
Keep reading.
yes, I believe all the doors, the key card can can be programmed to access
Just that.
any or all of the doors. So yes, you could set it for just that door. And then the double doors, after the bathroom that go to the school are locked, yeah.
Okay.
so at this point, it is a school employee that has a key card already. So would there be a second key card with just that access to differentiate when they're
Yeah, I believe
employee
we
versus?
tried to capture that,
Yeah.
if it's not clear, I'm happy to clarify
I
that.
haven't
That
read
was
yet,
the
so
idea that
this
the
is
rec
asking.
director would be given a key that would be signed out, and they would be able to have that key to get to that closet. I believe the closet's going to be, to Jim's point, it's already started to be cleared out. The IT director has to make a change to one of the servers. There's a relay closet in there that has a couple patches and servers in there that they just need to put a locking door on that is just for security, because there's a bunch of loose wires and, people moving stuff, something gets tumbled up, we don't want that. So I believe that work will be finished prior to February break, and then things should be good to go.
I did have one other question. I know we already have a code to set the alarm on our way out. And I don't know that this needs to be in the MOU, but I wanna make sure that we coordinate well. I've set the alarm before. And somebody else is still in the building, but I wasn't aware and I was trying to do the right thing and I did the wrong thing. I just wanna make sure that we have a path forward coordinating when we need to set that alarm so we don't run into that same situation.
It'd actually be a good thing to have somewhere, somehow, to know that other people are still in the building. Because no matter who it is, when you go to set it, it's not like a small
Right.
And if they're not moving, it's gonna say system ready.
Right.
Yeah.
So if they're standing still in the bathroom, I can set the alarm and then they come out and things are haywire.
Cops show up.
But like I said, I don't know if that needs to be in here or if we have some sort of schedule or coordination with when the janitorial staff is in there.
Yeah,
Sure.
But
And if you want me to, if you think it would be better to broaden the scope of the MOU to just maybe capture elements of the closet, I mean, this is written specifically for the closet,
Yeah.
you know, as a starting point, but having things like, you know, access, you know, for the alarm code, I can try to.
right. But yeah, and I guess that it's because the only way to get into the closet is to go through the key card.
Right.
So I think it would be good to kind of broaden the scope a little bit to make sure that that's in here.
Sure.
I know the closet was the sticking point, and, you know, we haven't had any issues with access to the gym. But maybe it's a good idea to throw it in here, that coordination with use of the gym at the same time should be done through, the administrative assistant, because she has the schedule or whatever. Just so it's all in one place. Not that we don't do that anyway, but I'm kinda hopeful that maybe we can move away from an individual facilities use form every time we've gotta use that building, and have an MOU in place where we coordinate our schedule with Holly, and, you know, obviously school functions take precedence, but we have access to the building when there's no schedule conflicts and things of that nature, if that's possible.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that feedback and talk with the board and, but yeah, I think the more ways we can partner and get our kids using that facility, the better.
Yep.
The way this is written, does it work regardless of whether or not the rec director is a town employee, or would it have to be amended?
Whether the rec director is a town
Sorry,
employee?
excuse me,
School
school employee, yes.
I would say this is listed as rec director, so whoever the rec has hired as the rec director would be.
Written for the
So-
position, not the person.
So it wouldn't need to be rewritten and any of that?
No,
Cause
no,
I mean,
'cause I
obviously
don't-
our rec director has like a, you know, like a key
Background.
card to get in,
Right.
because she's an employee.
Sure.
So if it were just.
Somebody other than an employee of the school, yes, it'd be the same way.
Okay,
It would work the same way.
okay, just wanted to.
And assuming
Still
they
not
are also background checked as recreation people, anyway, so they're.
Does this
considered-
reference-
Right, and there, I think there are clauses in here that I
That's
saw,
not in,
I
it's
just read
just for
it
the use
myself.
of the building.
There's a
Yeah.
piece in there about school, you
About
know,
during school
Yeah,
and not, so during school use, during school hours or children are in the building, they go through the front door.
Yep.
And
so
then-
one of the things for consideration, and maybe it doesn't need to be stated in here unless you guys feel uncomfortable with it, or just that there's an agreement, we might need, like, if you were to throw us out, like, more, like, it might take us 30 days if the place becomes really stuck and we could be sitting amongst the stuff. We're short on storage, so like 30 days notice if you change your mind or something like that, you know, and it's not working, for any reason,
Right.
I just think that's fair. Because if somebody had to move all that stuff and we really don't have another place, we
I'm
filled
assuming that would be in
everything
the written notice part of that.
Yeah,
I'm
like a
assuming
written
there'd be
notice,
a
but it shouldn't be
timeline.
like by tomorrow.
I can make that more
Give a
clear.
30-day written notice.
Yeah.
Let's call it cops and have you.
Well, you just.
Oh,
it
come
could
pick your
be-
stuff up on the curb.
Yeah,
We'll bring it all here and drop it.
This is gonna work great, we don't have to worry about it.
don't laugh, it happened to me at the school, locked our stuff out, take it back in. No, not our stuff, just us, and our
Some
stuff
kind
is
of an
inside.
eviction clause.
Right.
I guess those were my main points. I've been thinking, I met with Heather a while ago, I've been thinking about it for a while, and I wanna reiterate that I appreciate it. It'll be super helpful for us moving forward.
Have there been any issues plowing? Anything that we need to know? I mean, any way, I know one of the things we've talked about in the past is making sure that your trucks can get through, you know, cause you
Yeah.
guys do plow for us, which is great. But is there anything that's in the way, anything that we need to park differently, things like that?
We haven't had any complaints.
Okay.
We'd certainly have Linda touch base with Josh. I know he just left because they're gonna be plowing in a little bit, but we can touch base with Josh and see if there's an issue. But like I said, there haven't been any complaints, and I would think that we would have gotten something if it was anything of dire need of attention.
Perfect. The other thing I thought of the other day is, do we wanna set up another candidates night as we did last year?
Yeah.
And I think last year was the week before election?
Yeah, it was a week or two, it wasn't far from.
Elections are March 10th?
Is that 26 or 25?
That's
That's a new one.
Look at that.
Linda's on the ball.
Look how empty it is.
Oh, Kate's on the ball too. Well, so Linda put ours in our office, so I was just.
Yeah, it just, I guess it depends on what day of the week we think we wanna do it. Basketball's over by then, so you don't have to worry about basketball practice.
Okay, and what's,
We meet on the 3rd, that's the exact week before election day.
do you wanna have your meeting there? In the gym?
And then do the candidates.
And then do the
night.
candidates night right after your meeting?
I don't see why not.
It would save us from having to
Yeah,
do another, you know,
we
plan
wouldn't have to
another
double
night.
up and we could.
Cause we meet Monday night.
Yeah,
That'd be the night before that, it's the first Monday, so we could do.
your meetings are too late for me.
I went by last night at 8:30, you guys are still there. I'm like, my
Oh,
goodness.
yeah.
Could've gone by at 10.
We're still there.
Oh my, alright, you know, I was sleeping by 10 thankfully.
I was hoping to be.
We adjourned at 9:59.
Okay, so close enough.
But yeah, I think directly following the Board of Selectmen's meeting, and we can hold our meeting at the school that night.
And that was the 3rd?
Yep,
So you wanna have a candidates night at the same time, like right after them?
directly following our meeting, yep.
Is that us being very optimistic that we'll have a short meeting?
And,
A week
we can
before
schedule
election?
We have that.
Well, I mean, budget stuff will already be nailed down.
What time do you guys start your meetings?
4:30.
One more meeting to nail it down if you don't do
Like
anything that
old
night.
people do about it?
Yeah. No, that's 3:30.
I'm sure you'll have some.
Did you say much time?
Do you wanna say 6 o'clock for that, or?
March 3rd.
Oh,
Seven.
Tuesday, March
Yeah,
3rd.
7?
if we're still talking budget, 7's probably better, just to.
Okay.
Still way too late.
Make sure that everybody that wants, that's a candidate, is there for the meeting. And then we
Right.
can,
Back your selectmen's
Well,
meeting up,
Here's a
Yeah, we
thought.
can-
I'm
start
gonna-
at 4 instead of 4:30 or something.
it's not gonna affect me, I'm here too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so,
everybody's here.
so,
What if we did it, since it's a candidates night, and it's either if it's during the day, like always the trouble with scheduling meetings. If it's during the day, folks who work can't attend, if it's at night, folks who don't wanna drive can't attend. Is there a way to do like a Saturday afternoon candidates thing?
I don't think you get as many people, honestly.
It
Okay,
was pretty well attended last year.
it was, it was.
Very well attended last year, so.
Okay,
And heck, bring your kids, we'll fill them with sugar.
there you go. That'll make for a short night.
so I guess if we back our selectmen's meeting up to 4 instead of 4:30 that night, do the candidates night at 6,
Okay,
maybe make it 6 o'clock is a better time probably.
Sure, yeah.
alright,
Does that work?
I will put that on the schedule.
Oh.
Can we get into the gym at 3, or is that gonna be too early with school hours to set up for camera stuff? If we're in the gym, we need about an hour is say 45 minutes, we could probably set up in. but-
Mike said he can make that work.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
He's got some pull.
It's Tuesday, I was gonna say it's Tuesday, March.
On the flip side to your question about plowing, are there any issues, rec-related, basketball, whatever we're doing over there, have there been any concerns?
Nope, I haven't heard any complaints, concerns, or anything. I know the past few storms during vacation were tough, just because we're short custodial staff. But other than that, it's, not a problem at all.
And we will be fully staffed shortly.
Yes, so we hired last night, so,
Awesome,
but other than that, not much.
good. And I haven't made it to a school board meeting in quite some time, but I'd personally like to thank you guys for the flooring. It has been a dream for basketball practice. I don't know how it's working out school-wise, I have no idea, but for basketball, it's been a dream.
I think it's working out well, it's learning how to use the floor properly, not to damage it.
Yep.
Like they're recommending a certain type of tape if you have to put tape down on the floor for whatever reason, so not to pull it off. Chairs, that we just redid because the bottoms were,
Poking
like the
through.
metal bottoms
Yep.
would poke right through the floor. They are still working on getting the thresholds to
I saw the one
match
to
up.
the entrance, it
Yeah.
looks, yep.
But other than that, they came back, they fixed a few, minor flaws that were happening with it.
Yep.
And get that done. But it seems to be working, and the stage was the other thing.
Yep.
Is setting it up, making sure they put, they make some type of material to put under the feet.
So that it doesn't.
Disperse the weight, so it doesn't indent it.
They always blow a hole in that wall and put a permanent stage in.
I'm all, selectmen's budget, or,
Yeah.
okay, perfect, done.
The chairs were the other question, and I haven't had a chance to meet with Josh
Yes.
today. I don't know if they're out yet. Did they come and get them?
I haven't been in there.
I don't think so, only because I did see the plastic ones still in the gym,
Put
but
them
not
on
in the
Marketplace
closet.
tomorrow.
They were in the
So
gym last night, weren't
The
they?
black
old
ones were. The new ones were in the back corner. The other ones would have been in the
The ones
behind
that
the doors.
So I don't think they've left yet, and I did relay
They're
to
busy.
Heather that Josh has found a spot for him, at least temporarily, till we can find a permanent home. I will touch base with him tomorrow about coordinating, getting him out of there for
Great.
you guys.
No problem. Just let us know.
We appreciate that as well. I think most of the use for those will be for Old Home Week, but I'm sure we can find other uses
Well, it
for
also
them.
saves them from having to come
Get them.
get them each
Yeah.
time. They can roll them out.
I think we're still gonna have to come get them. We talked about storing them in the fire department, but that was not a good idea. We did that over our Old Home Week before we brought it back, and we'll end up storing them at the lower garage. So we'll still have to move them,
Got it.
But not from the school.
but not from the school.
Maybe we could get another shed.
Good.
No, you can't get another shed.
Any more sheds. Anything else from?
The third party, kind of alpha company there,
Yes.
do you guys have any extra info or updates on them?
So we, Heather has been working with that group closely, Heather Sherwood.
Yes.
We have some other districts that, within SAU 13 that might be interested. I know there's some talk that I've heard that the town could be interested in that, where they're, help assist with capital planning. I'm sure you guys have heard the pitch. So we're kind of waiting to see who's on and who's off. Right now, Tamworth's budget is in a difficult situation right now, so we're really trying to be diligent about the spending that's happening there. But I know Heather has also reached out to that company if it's something that the school and the town of Madison could do together. So I'd be happy to follow up with her and find out if that's something that they'd be willing to entertain.
Yeah, that'd be great, thank you. And I know Tia Gagnon on our capital improvement committee had the idea to engage VDOE, the Village District of Edelweiss,
Oh, great.
to see if, because they have municipal buildings, to see if that would help us reach the minimum square footage necessary to attract the company to do it for that price.
Right.
So if the other towns do fail or decide it's not for them, then we might still be able to get it with all three kind of municipal
Yeah.
organizations.
I have 2 school board meetings next week, so at the end of next week, I'll be able to get an update. Adam, if it's all right, I'll email you and give you an update of
Yep.
where things are at, if that works.
Absolutely.
And you should be able to move forward. I think it's a good product.
And what was the pricing again? It was like $13,000
Yeah, somewhere in that
total
range.
for 100,000 square feet? Something like that?
Something like that, in that range, yeah, total, yeah.
I mean, and that is even right down to like tagging computer equipment, right?
Yes.
That was
Yeah, they tag it,
covered a
they talk about the end of life for all your major, capital items.
new buildings and systems, yeah.
And once you have it built in, I mean, you've already have the infrastructure, so you can manipulate that data yourself.
Yeah. We're looking, I think it was, we're just talking about different software to kind of maintain that information going forward.
Right.
And iWork, which, the DPW and, I think fire department use to maintain their fleets, does have a municipal module, or multiple modules that support municipality activities. One of them being, I think, kind of an overall asset management, type program. Because obviously, once we have all this great information, we don't just want it in a report that then sits on somebody's shelf,
Right.
And Excel isn't as robust as we can make Excel sometimes, it's not ideal for that much information.
Absolutely, not user friendly, and this will really assist with things that, you know, what's deferred maintenance, what are things that need to be taken care of, what does that projection look out, so, because the further you try to budget out these capital projects, the harder it is to be accurate, so.
But in the software that they have as well, it also has, like maintenance requests.
Yeah.
Yes,
So,
yes, that is part of it.
you know, hey, my classroom heating system's not working, something's going on. Drop it in there rather than run around trying to find somebody to tell.
Right.
They've got it on, that says, oh, we got a system down, or, you know, leaky faucet in the bathroom, we're not gonna go fix it right now, but we can put it on a list and do 3 of them at the same time.
And it keeps track of that data, so when you say, hey, this has happened 6 times, maybe it's time we, you know, get something new
Look at a
and try to keep
replacement.
replacing it, so having that information is big.
And Alpha themselves, did they have their own software, or they had other software that they recommended?
I believe they have their own, I think
Oh,
it's,
okay.
I think it's their own developed software, yes.
Okay. If we use them, will we have to go with that?
That's a great question, I believe my memory's not 100% clear on, crystal clear on that, but I believe that there was some sort of, pathway to like an Excel, it may not be as robust as their
Right.
system, but it will, I believe there is a crossover.
Okay. One last thing, congratulations,
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Superintendent of the Year.
Oh, geez, thank you. Thank you, Joy, I appreciate it. I have a great team, great school boards, great community, so, it takes a lot of people to make me, look good. So I appreciate my team, so.
Kind of a big deal.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you.
And that was the statewide?
Yes.
Superintendent of the
Yes.
Year in the state of New
Congratulations.
Hampshire.
Yes.
Yes,
Congratulations.
thank you very much.
Anything else hot topic?
Jeremy did.
I think last time we were discussing generators, if I recall.
So we actually had some conversation about that last night.
Yep.
Rather than going with a second generator on the property, Jeremy and Ed, who are our buildings and grounds, why don't you talk to it, Jeremy?
Yeah, we got,
Thanks.
like Jim was saying, we were looking at possible second generator at 150,000 plus, right? But what we found was, we can run a line from the existing generator and do pretty much the same thing for about, well, actually, the quote was, 10,950.
Significantly cheaper, so.
Oh, yeah, so, I mean,
That won't operate the whole second half of the building, but it will operate the communication center.
which
Okay.
is,
So all the phones, all the internet, all
Yep.
so
all of that.
our basic necessities.
Yep.
for that.
Good.
So
Do
I'm
you-
pretty happy with that.
What is your communication system? Is it fiber? Is it,
We're,
Are you-
we are voice over IP, we are not, I don't think fiber hasn't come in.
Yeah, we have the option to go with fiber, but we don't currently have it.
so you're using
Still on
like traditional
Spectrum.
spectrum so that if the power goes out, spectrum goes out even if you have a generator?
That would not necessarily be, if just power goes down, no. Because as long as your modems can fire, you're fine.
But you need power.
Right.
Yeah.
So as long as your modems can fire, if they're
But
right there.
if there's power that like stops along the lines, you need power to repeat and send the signals along the lines, so if you lose power the other side of the street, or, you know, that would feed the signal coming in, you're dead in the water. I know fiber just sends the signal without needing the electronic boost.
I am not sure the answer to that.
Just,
I have fiber now and it doesn't work when the power goes out, and it always had, copper always did.
well, yeah, copper, yeah, but they're phasing out copper, but no, so that, cause when, you know, I did talk with, Fidium when they came in, and they said, no, as long as you have a generator, that, just like the concept that you described, it'll work. It does. Whereas Spectrum never did. Spectrum went down, my phones went down, which is why I had copper for so long.
I have
because-
Spectrum in the last power outage, we still had internet,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the incident, so like.
Right, if the
If it's outside.
Tree takes everything.
takes the line down
Yeah,
across
it
the street,
takes
it's taking them all down with
Yeah.
it.
You're not having nothing.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the incident in front of Grissom Road took out fiber on 113.
Right.
And
It takes a lot longer to repair fiber.
But yeah, just something to check on.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that if you guys, if the neighborhood lost power
Right.
and you had the generator, my understanding is, Spectrum would not work.
Right, and I know Spectrum is starting to upgrade to fiber as well.
Yes, be nice to have some competitive pricing.
Alright,
Perfect, thank you.
6 months?
6 months, sounds good. It's like, feels like a dentist.
Your next cleaning.
Yeah.
So, what is today?
Hopefully this is less painful.
So you can actually talk and leave.
July 7th.
We have a BOS meeting on July 7th, maybe, we try to rotate, so we meet with you guys, maybe.
Yeah.
The 6th?
Maybe we can meet with you on,
So
on the 6th.
Traditionally don't meet in July.
Okay, so maybe that same BOS meeting, we can move it to the school and meet with you guys over there in your territory?
I'll meet here,
Or we'll
I'm
be here
fine with
again?
meeting here.
Alright, so the 6th at the same time, July?
July
Or sorry,
7th.
7th, July 7th, same time?
7th, yeah.
Same place.
Same bat time, same bat place?
Channel.
Sounds good.
Plan.
Don't forget the channel.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Adam West,
Right.
board.
Have a fun evening.
Always.
Get yourself home early, it's gonna snow
I'm
out.
okay with it.
We're gonna adjourn before 9:59.
Linda, call an early release. Have a good night, thank you.
Superintendent tells me to go home.
That's old age, buddy.
Have a good night, guys.
That's old age right there. See you.
Good night, thank you. Alright, did we pick a time? Just 6, okay, thank you.
Same time, same place.
Same bad channel.
Too bad channel, I got so distracted.
Front row's back
thinking
open.
Adam West.
I know. Childhood crushes coming
Wasn't
out.
the kid, right?
May we advance?
Yes, 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 yes.
May we advance?
She was the original one to sing Santa Baby, I
You did?
believe. Very original.
Yep.
Sure it wasn't Bing Crosby?
Yes, I'm sure he did not sing Santa Baby,
I bet he
yes.
did when he
I
loaded.
bet he should have. That sounded really
They
good.
did a private party.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, we will reconvene our regular meeting. 2 items left on the agenda, one's the draft budget, one's the draft warrant. In front of you, I spent a significant amount of time upstairs today. So you have 2 draft budgets in front of you. Both of which I think, yeah, so one has highlighted 8.2%, that is the exact same as the last time that we spoke and went through it. When we spoke and went through it, we discussed the option of moving one of the notes due payments to a warrant article out of unreserved fund balance. We got our answer, it is doable to do it that way. I left all my numbers upstairs, but.
Is that the greater payment?
250-ish, 24 for, yeah.
So the original discussion was to move the greater payment to a warrant article from unreserved fund balance. The concern or risk that comes with that is warrant articles are no means no. So if it fails,
It's done.
then it's done. We can't pay it out of the regular budget. So there's risk associated with that. It means we default on our lease, we end up with a black mark on our record as far as leases go.
Can't we just move that warrant article above the operating budget and amend on the floor?
We cannot, because
That's
once they
defeated.
say no to that article, they're not just saying no to the number, they're saying no to the
The
payment,
Payment,
the wording.
or payments, if we did it already.
Right. So
Which
I-
is awful.
Tricky.
it is tricky. I have, and I hope that it's not poorly placed, but I have tremendous confidence in the town that they're not willing to put us at that kind of risk if we explain it properly, because we are saving a significant chunk of money doing it that way. But that first budget in front of you is not just the greater payment in that warrant article. I had the idea to move all of our notes due to a single warrant article and use all of them from unreserved fund balance. It's a thought, we're in the process, and I will explain it to you. So that sum total is $224,000 of notes due.
And that would be on the 8.2 side? This one?
No,
No,
so
one
that,
point.
1.5?
no, the 1.5
Okay.
side. So that would move all of that notes due line, which is highlighted in a bunch of different places. Linda took the liberty of highlighting so we knew where it was coming from. Page 11. So all of those notes due could potentially move to a warrant article to use from unreserved fund balance. And the reason I'm suggesting it is, one, we have the unreserved fund balance, it's money we've already raised and appropriated, there will be no new taxation for those notes due to the people, so we're saving 6%, 6.3%, or, yeah, 6.2%. And then we would still leave our unreserved fund balance at the, just below the 5% that DRA recommends. It actually puts us at 4.4%, which is roughly 0.7% higher than has been left in there over the past 5 years.
So what is our current unreserved fund balance?
Right now, we are at 1.033 million. So we have already allocated a warrant article for 369,000 for the grant truck, of which 255 will be returned.
We'll be back.
So, and my numbers are based on even before that money is returned. So
So there's still that buffer.
there's still
Okay.
that buffer. So if we were to go forward with this method, we would end up leaving, after everything is said and done, $445,000 in unreserved fund balance. And that is 4.4%, which is 0.6% below the recommended 5% by DRA. Once we receive that 255,000 back, we're well above that 5% threshold that they recommend. The flip side to that is, consistently over the past 5 years, I think we went through, we were at 3.7 or 3.8. We've generally left $400,000 in there, and we'll be above what we've generally left, even without that money returned.
What happens in case of emergency? I mean, that's what we used it for Colby Hill at one point.
Right, and when we used it for Colby Hill, we had less than what we would be leaving now.
No, I know, but what if now, with the 445,000, we have a Colby Hill?
We still have more than we
That
had
was
when
more
we
than
had
I
Colby Hill.
had.
Colby Hill, we took out 435,000 for Colby Hill. So if we have 445,000 left in there, and God forbid we have another catastrophe, we're down to nothing, right?
No, because we're looking at 255,000 being returned from the grant, for one, and we're constantly adding to that unreserved fund balance.
Just get that check.
So and I don't know if that check had been,
Yeah, the
if
state
that's
just
part of
sent.
it, the rooms and meals.
Well, yeah, you don't get that money till December.
Yeah.
But in
So
that,
this
but
time-
in that 1.033, did that include the room and meals, or did that
Oh,
come?
sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's in,
And that included
Last
the
year's.
current,
Yeah.
so like next year, at the
No,
same
this,
time.
yeah.
this,
no,
Yeah.
the past
I know
check we
where
have,
I-
yeah.
Yes,
The
So
check
this-
we just got?
yes,
Yes.
was
Okay.
included in that fund
Was in
balance. They
there.
anticipate, the DRA anticipated that as a revenue and worked it into the numbers for
Right.
you.
Okay. How much was the grant to get the grant, for the truck?
255.
255.
And $44.
So once that grant money is received, we'll be up to 700,000, which is 100,000 over the 5% threshold. Yeah,
And that would encompass all of our leases, basically.
right, and that takes our budget from an 8.6,
8.2?
8.2% increase to a 1.5% increase in one chunk, saving the taxpayer.
Approximately $240,000.
Right, and if you include the truck, we're saving half
So
a
the
million.
total savings in money for, interest is? Yeah.
Oh,
Is that
so
6%,
for the truck,
No, for interest, if
Well,
you pay all this
you're
crap
still
off.
paying the
You're
interest.
still
it's
paying the
you're
interest.
I
still-
know, but we're paying it early, so
Well-
we're not getting this compound.
No, every year we make a payment for the lease. It's one payment.
Oh.
It's all
Yeah,
built.
It's always billed
one-
once.
It's, we don't pay monthly on our notes due, we pay once every year for
So
our
that
notes.
interest is already built into it.
Yeah,
So we're not saving any interest by doing it this way?
We can't.
Unfortunately,
You've
no.
entered into those leases already.
as much as I would love for it to save us interest, it does not. And
Then this just feels like a robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Well,
We're
And I
using
can
the
say
taxes
it
we already
doesn't,
have.
because it's money we already have, we're not appropriating any more. And it's not going to put us in any different position next year at tax time than we were in this year, because we're leaving more than we've ever left before.
And and you maybe mentioned, so the average percentage we pay for interest is 6%.
I think it's closer to
If
4.
you look in your notes due line, it lists all the percentages, it ranges anywhere from 2.9% to 5.9%.
Okay, alright.
Do we
And-
have,
Yeah.
do we have any, do we have early pay penalties on any or all of these?
I don't believe so.
You shouldn't.
We didn't when we paid off that,
Tahoe?
no, pickup truck, the,
The pickup truck,
Yeah,
yeah, no, there
there
was no
wasn't any
penalty with that.
penalty.
59649 for cruisers, the highest one.
Yeah, 6.
So my personal opinion, it puts us in a really good position, especially with 3 of these payments coming off next year.
So what you're saying is we're saving by not paying next year's interest? You gotta be
We're
Not even doing
sustained.
that.
We're not saving interest,
There's
we're
no interest.
saving the raising and appropriation this year.
Okay.
It's a
Alright.
savings
I'm
this
just
year.
trying to wrap my head
Yeah.
around saving
No,
that
'cause, yeah,
interest payment
right.
if I
Because
need it.
we've already raised and
We don't.
appropriated that money. Yeah,
Is
You
there-
can't get out of it.
we're
Is
trying
there
not
a
to raise
way-
and appropriate it again.
Okay,
Is there a way, instead of
Now I get it.
doing just this year's payments, taking something where we're paying the most interest and paying down or paying off just that?
like all of it.
Yeah,
Right, that would, I mean, the thing is, that would only save us this year's lease payment budget-wise. I mean,
Right.
but a continuation every year, but instead of saving 240,000 on this year's budget, we'd save whatever that number, I mean, if
So even if we took, not,
So you take the police cruiser at the highest rate, which is 6.49, it's $71,000 for you. So you're saying take $71,000?
And get rid of that payment altogether,
Get
so
rid of
next
that?
year's is
and
right, cause that would save you $14,198 this year on
interest
on the budget,
on the budget.
yeah.
But in
And
the
then how
next
much interest
years,
in the long
for
run?
the 5 years, it will be gone.
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know.
do we have the, I know for a loan it's called an amortization schedule.
We have the
like loan
breakdowns, I
schedule.
don't have them here,
Yeah,
but yeah,
if
they're
we could look at
upstairs.
that.
Can I say something? There was a school board meeting last night, and some of this type of stuff was discussed with their warrant articles, and George Epstein was there. And I would suggest that the Board of Selectmen go back and watch that meeting with the discussion regarding the warrant articles. You can skip through all the stuff ahead of it and go to the warrant article piece. One of the things that he said, and it struck with me, is that you're talking about having over $1 million in our unreserved fund balance. That's taxpayers' money that we took from taxpayers. We didn't use, we were good stewards and we didn't use it. But now we've got that sitting there, doing nothing for the taxpayer. It earns some interest, probably not a lot, because interest rates are crap. But when we talk about financing something or buying something or doing something, one of the things that we continue to talk about is beefing up ETFs and using unreserved fund balances. That's money that the taxpayer rightly should have back in their pocket.
right, and the explanation is it's 6 one way, half a dozen the other. So
No,
if
it's
it-
not.
It is, so if we do it this way, all we're doing is not using it to buy back taxes, but we're not raising and appropriating more taxes this year. It's the same funds doing the same thing in a different way, only this way, in my opinion, more transparent. We're using the money we've already raised and appropriated to make sure that this budget isn't outrageously expensive, as opposed to saving up to 1.7 million next year and using 700,000 to buy down taxes. You're doing the same thing in a different way.
The way to make sure that this budget is not outrageously expensive is to cut budget funding. To go back into the budget, look to see where those opportunities are.
Which we're still doing.
So,
This-
because 8.2% increase over last year is untenable. It's untenable. It cannot be sustained by the residents of this town. There has to be some portion of the select board that goes to the department heads and says, no, we can't do this. This cannot happen. Pay raises are gonna be held at 2.25%. The new police cruiser that you want is not gonna happen this year. Yeah, I'm just picked on that because you just mentioned it. But hard decisions, not fun decisions, must be made in order to make sure that there is not an 8.2% increase, and we use, $250,000 out of the unreserved fund balance to pay off notes due. I think that money is the taxpayer money, and it needs to go back to them when we don't need it. We need to not collect it in the first place. So we collected that money, didn't use it, and now it's sitting for the benefit of the town as opposed to back in my pocket and every other, and you're all taxpayers, back in everybody else's pocket to do what you want done with it.
No, the intention here is to save the taxpayer money this year, as well as continue to look, can we get the budget to a flat line 0? We're down to 1.5% using the money that way. We're giving the taxpayer their money back by using it that way. Can we find other cuts? We're not done. This
That's
isn't
if they vote for it.
And I would also suggest maybe breaking them out into separate warrant articles, because if they vote no to the one article, you're done with all of those notes.
And it's,
So
we're-
breaking it out into separate warrant articles.
nothing's done. We're trying to find ways
Pretty creative.
to save money.
Did DRA comment?
DRA,
No, I talked to
no,
Cordell.
Cordell gave us the go-ahead that it was completely legal to use it that way.
Cordell
Yes.
said it was legal.
So I would say that, I was there for George's speech, and I do agree to a point. I agree, historically, towns, municipalities have access to lower interest rates. So when Linda mentioned the 2-ish% on some of our stuff, works out kind of in our favor. When we get it to 5 and 6%, that's not a great deal, and I don't suggest ever borrowing on that ever again. Like, I would rather save and get rid of that. So that was one of the things that George brought up last night, and things have changed maybe since he's taken a closer look, that our interest rates have gone up as a municipality. They're not that 1.5 to 2% like they were 10 years ago or whatever, but yeah, I agree, the budgets have to be cut. I don't know if we need to micromanage department heads. And I think I've said this before, I asked at the state level when the state's trying to save money, they just go to the department heads and say, you do 5%, you do 5%, you do whatever the number is. You have to make the hard decisions, because that's why we're hired. You know,
Well, I think with that.
rather than micromanaging their every aspect of their job, just say, we need 10% or 5% off your budget.
I want $50,000 off the fire department budget. It's been consistently $50,000 under budget for 4, 5 at least years. So I think saying 5% to chief who's like got his budget down tight,
No,
and
I know it's
5% to
different,
fire
but-
department, that's not a fair thing to do.
And you can go up and down per department,
No, we need
but I just, it's hard to, I like this, but I don't like it in the way Sharon's explaining, like, we raised it, and maybe if we take some of the higher interest ones and put those as, to get those off our plate, kind of like a middle of, just to compromise, it's compromise. Take the things that are 4, 5, and 6% and get rid of those and return the taxpayers' money. Cause it's kind of a false savings to the taxpayer. We are sitting on their money that rightfully should have been theirs.
Yeah, Linda, if we could have all of the notes, the schedules for the notes, that are due, and so we could look at what we could perhaps pay off and save interest or whatever, if we decide to go this route, just to have that information. And then I think the budget committee will meet before us, the budget committee, do they meet on
We
Tuesday?
meet next week?
Okay.
Next week.
Next Tuesday.
Yes.
So maybe if they could take a first pass at the concept, and then we look at it in 2 weeks.
Any other question?
Just a comment on George, he really simplified it at one point, and he said, what I'm seeing here is the school board or the school district as the bank. They're taking my money, they're putting it in the bank, just in case. And I think the two warrants were, it was tuition, putting money aside in case of tuition fluctuation, and the other one was health insurance, putting money aside in case. So he says, so I look at it and I say, you're gonna bank my money. And he says, I'm not sure I like that. How about I keep my money and when you need it, you ask me. Instead of the school board being the bank, or example, you know, you've got $1 million instead of the selectmen being the bank and we'll keep it and spend it. So that was just, it simplified it for me to say, yeah, I think I'd rather hold on to my money. And, yeah, I see your point, I do see.
And in reference to the million, the reason we kept that extra money was to buy this truck outside, the new truck outside of lease, to save the interest on that. Because we would have had to enter into a lease agreement for the $369 or whatever it is, $1,000, and then make our first lease payment, and still have the interest. Granted, we would have been able to then would have to reimburse and and use the reimbursement from the reserve. We could following year could have done it to pay it down, but we'd still have to enter into that lease. So that $1 million, yes, while we do still have it, we've tentatively earmarked it for the purchase of that grant truck and then receive that money back into the unreserved fund balance.
So here's where, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, because, correct me if I'm wrong, DRA was 585,000, it was what they wanted us. 604,000, wanted us to keep in there. So with the truck payment out, we're just above that recommended number.
But if we take out this other 142, we go below that 604.
Slightly, yes, 445.
Okay.
Right, until we
go
get the,
below it, just over what we were above it.
right, and then or whenever the reimbursement comes from the state,
Back
we
up
would
to
then be
700.
back
We
to
go
700,000.
back up to where we were.
Alright, thank you. So this is where, like, the capital improvement program comes in, because if we're planning better and we're setting a little bit aside each year into ETFs, then we have these big purchases, and we haven't held the taxpayers' money all this time, we've asked for a little bit each year, so they're keeping more in their pockets, but we are gradually saving up to make those big purchases. Because I don't know if the IRS is watching, but I absolutely underpay taxes during the year, and then, yeah, I owe a chunk, but it's been my money for the year. So I think
To
that's
make
kind of
more
what
money.
George's
Right,
point
right.
is. So I feel like we're still kind of trying to find our footing and our balance in best using the situation that we have, and then this capital improvement program forcing us to better plan these big purchases. I don't have an opinion on what we're talking about yet, cause I need to do my homework. But I feel like this is a temporary one-time thing, and then we plan better, if this happens.
No, I'm not saying I wanna do this every year, but I'm saying it's a way to give the taxpayers back their money. We've already bought down taxes with the 300. We're gonna purchase the truck with the 300. We have another opportunity to buy down this budget, to buy down the raise and appropriation by $224,000.
So, I could go back and look at my budget law and my New Hampshire municipal stuff and I will, but on a very basic level, what is the purpose of the unassigned fund balance?
I mean, generally speaking, it's emergency use, but it's
Unanticipated
also,
fund,
it's
unanticipated
a collection of revenue.
I think it's the state, you mean why the state makes you keep it? I think it's so you don't go crying to them when we need to. Honestly, right?
But yeah, and it's
'Cause
emergency
something goes
purposes, and
wrong,
we
you know, like
we
we
saw
talked
it come up with, like you said, Colby Hill Road, we have to maintain a certain
Yeah.
amount of money in case of emergency. And we saw that with Colby Hill, which is why they recommend the 5%.
So, what makes up the unassigned fund balance again, I'm going back to budget law 101. What makes up every year, like you said, is revenue. revenue in terms of the meal tax, like we just talked about, that was $250,000-ish, the Roman meals tax?
265,000.
265 now.
Yeah, so it's revenue like that, it's all of the tax, our property taxes, no?
That's not a revenue, that's a receivable.
Okay,
But, car registrations, that's a
Dog
revenue,
registration.
dog registration.
Marriage
Anything
licenses.
you get at the dump, those are revenues.
So
Okay.
fees,
Recs.
rec fees.
Rec fees, revenues.
Dump fees.
And whatever we don't spend out of the budget.
Correct.
So those are basically what makes it up.
I've always had a hard time grasping unassigned fund balance because we hire the auditors to come up with a number for us, so they hand it to us, and I've never really.
Okay. I might bug them again so they can tell me
They
what
would be
they've
the
done.
one to explain it much better.
Okay,
But you're on the right track for where the funds come from.
okay. But property taxes don't go into this, they go into
They're a receivable, they're not considered a revenue. I don't know how they factor into
the
this.
unassigned fund balance.
I think the way, like you said, I think the way maybe that they do factor into this is if you didn't use the money in the budget.
That's where the taxpayer money factors into it, unused budget money.
That's the way.
So the property taxes go into the general fund to fund the operating budget and the warrant articles.
Yes, and yes.
Okay, and then this taxpayer money for the operating budget at the end of the year then goes into the unassigned fund balance with the revenue.
If there's anything left over.
Is left over, yeah.
Yeah. And, but we also use part of that to pay down.
Taxes.
Well, that's, the revenues, I feel like mostly, cause I mean, again, I'm
'Cause it's-
relatively, new.
What's
it's
the
usually a couple
average left
percent,
over,
right?
Linda, of the budget?
2%-ish.
I'm sorry, what's the average left over on a budget? I mean, this is our first vote
We usually have 100,000,
100 grand.
I'd say.
out of that, yeah.
So right now, we're at 95% expended on last year's budget, we still have some receivables out
Yeah,
there.
there's still things
And it's
coming in.
180,000.
Okay.
And you gotta keep in mind, unreserved fund balance isn't like we have $1 million in the bank. We have $1
No.
million on paper.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, it's not like, it's, that's why it's a concept that's really hard to grasp, because you don't have that money sitting in an account
It's
waiting
cash
to
flow,
use it.
comes in and goes out.
And I think if you were to, and again, I could be speaking other errantly, but the money in that, I said, is mostly revenues to the town, not unpaid or not unspent tax money, the bulk of it.
Yeah, the bulk of
There
it.
is some, obviously, like I said, if we have a 2% surplus, that's in there.
Right, and that's why my feeling is that this isn't, we're saving taxes by doing it this way, because the bulk of that money comes from the room and meals tax that we get back in a check that, we're not gonna stop. And the revenues from rec fees and the revenues from all the other fees that we have in place. And this is our way to use those fees to give it back to the taxpayer.
I wanna, going forward, just a concept, could we instead be encumbering the money at the end of the year to be paying off these interest loans?
No,
Linda's saying no.
because you need the invoice in hand
To encumber.
to encumber.
It would be something that you bought this year or committed to in 2025 that you're not gonna be able to pay for until 2026. Not a previous agreement like a lease, something that you knew was coming.
But I guess I'm asking about a lease. So for example, just again, the police cruiser, because it was bottom of the notes too, the most recent one being added. So we purchased it, we have a 7-year lease for it, I think. Could we have encumbered money at the end of this year, in addition to just buying the guard for the truck? Could we have this lease, we have it, it's documented, could we have used that money to pay down or pay off that lease and save the interest?
I don't believe so. I don't think that's a use of the encumbrance. It's more like a purchase that you've committed to, not.
I'm gonna throw it out there and everybody hates it, but the dumpster. If we had decided in December that we wanted that dumpster, but we weren't going to take delivery of it till January, we could have encumbered the money in December to pay for that invoice.
But we've already entered into the lease agreement, so it's not a new purchase.
Right.
I'll find out, but I,
But, and not to mention, so, yes, we could take, you wouldn't be able to use as much money, so we may have 130,000 left over once all the bills from 2025 are completely paid. That's the max that we could encumber, because that's the max that's in the budget.
Just,
Yep.
it just might, again, just trying to cut these, there's no, avoid paying interest when and where possible.
Yep. And I'm not opposed to not using it for notes due and paying off a lease. I'm not saying I'm opposed to that at all. I'm happy to save the interest. I'm just trying to find the best way to save money.
Right. So you're,
To decrease the budget for next year to save money on interest, let's try to do them all if we can. And if the best way to do it is to take one of them and pay them off, because we can use.
or like I said, if you decided you wanted to use $200,000, you could pick maybe a couple of them and pay them off.
Right, that's what I was
Yep.
saying, like as a compromise.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you're still saving money come this 2026's tax appropriation, and then you're saving
And you're
further
saving
money,
interest,
interest down the road.
Yep. So, and we can look at the amortization schedule on those leases and say we can pick,
Police cruiser and the trash truck. Almost fill your bill.
yeah, if we could take, and those are the two higher,
Those are the two, one of the two highest.
yeah, two of the three higher interest, or two of the four higher interest, we could pay both of those off with the same amount of money. It would be less in the year, but it would be more over interest in doing the same thing.
Right.
You'd knock your budget down for the next year.
Yeah,
and the
because
next
you'd
year,
end up knocking it
and the
down
next
about
year.
45, 46,000.
That's right, there, some
Yeah,
of them
which
are
is
5
still
years.
a half a
So you
percent.
get rid of
Right,
that for 5
yeah.
years.
Yep.
So,
No, I'm not opposed to that either, once we look at, I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to it, even just looking at the interest rates. If we're gonna
That'd
save
be a
6%
5-year
interest, we can
commitment.
do it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
yep.
It's not gonna look as great on paper at 1.5%, but we will be saving more money in the long run.
Over the course of the years.
Right, yeah, because we got 7 years on the cruiser and a few more years on the trash truck.
Right.
Yeah.
Those are your two highest ones that you could pay off right now?
Right.
Well, greater is
Yeah,
5.99,
but you can't,
slightly more.
we don't have enough to pay that off.
No, but
But you
it's,
take the two, one
yeah,
below,
that's a
one
total of
above it.
that's a total of $100,000 interest.
I know.
Yes, so it's very possible to take that 158, 727, and the
71,
142,
That's what I've been looking at.
and use those two separate warrant articles to pay off both of those leases. And that may mitigate the risk, because we're asking for a total payoff as opposed to a one lease payment.
Yeah, I think the police cruiser is,
Yeah, cause then if you don't get it,
You can still make a
Still
lease
make the
payment,
lease
you just
payment.
can't pay it off.
correct.
Right.
Then
You could amend the budget at that point.
Yeah, it may, and I'll double check with Cordell, but it may mitigate the risk, it may save interest, and it may do essentially the same thing.
Do all of,
Yeah,
But it's for years ahead. That's what you gotta remember, yeah.
yep. And you're not just saving $40,000 this year, you're saving $40,000 for the next
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right,
Yep,
And interest.
and
Was
interest,
that
yeah.
interest been prepaid?
no.
What's
no,
that?
it's built into, it's built into the lease payments over
Right.
time. So it's not prepaid, but Linda said we don't have any, early pay down or payoff penalties. So, we'll have a dollar amount that says, yes, we owe $71,000 over the next 7 years, but if you pay it off tomorrow, the pay down amount is $60,000.
But
Exactly.
the interest is built in on that sum.
On
Right,
the
but
sum
when
of
you,
lease
but when,
payment.
yeah, but like when,
So,
but like when you get a amount that when you contact whoever's holding your lease and you say, what if I paid it off tomorrow? That payment amount would subtract
The interest that's
the
built in
interest that
going
would be
forward.
due going forward.
Just like.
Right, because
your
yeah, that
mortgage, just like
14,
paying off your
that
mortgage.
14,198
that's an
payment
assumption,
includes
right?
interest.
Yeah.
Rising.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
can we,
Yeah, it's
Double
in
check.
contracts, it's in,
That's what it is?
yeah.
That's why they're looking at the amortization schedule.
so we'll do two double checks. We'll check with Cordell to see if it mitigates the risk.
Yeah.
And how we would word it, I guess, DRA would have to chime in on the wording.
And to Sharon's point, break it up to multiple articles.
And break it out, it's so,
We do
Are-
2 articles.
so rather than buying down the lease payments, are we more on board with
I think pay
paying
them
off
off.
those two leases?
I would say.
But it saves more.
Future money.
Right, future money. I mean, it doesn't look as good as far as bottom line percentage, but it does save
More money.
more money in the long run.
Yeah.
So, next time we look at this, Linda, if you could adjust it to have those two lease payments removed, and check with Cordell on the mitigating the risk, and just double check that we're gonna save that interest in the long run.
And it looks like the only other change you made was removing the office assistant line,
Yes.
and I propose to keep that in there.
I know you did, this is a working budget, I wanted to see the numbers without it, and see the percentages without it, and all of those things. I just, in the interest of saving money, and to Sharon's point in hard decisions, I think we're working fine up there without the extra office assistant. And I know that Bob said that it would be helpful, but he has also explicitly stated that he doesn't need it. And I don't wanna put it in there if we don't need it.
I just am trying to figure out what happened, because I have notes of all the stuff that needs to be done, that needed to be helped with. I keep hearing about all the extra time that has to be spent justifiably on all of these ZBA cases and all of the land use stuff and all the things, how much time is spent and other, like, the things that could be being done by this person. What changed?
I don't believe that there are a lot of things that, especially regarding the ZBA, that can be done by an assistant. It's a quasi judicial board, and
No,
I
but
would
there are
be
other duties
fearful.
that could be shifted off.
I'm not saying there aren't things that could be done, but I'm saying we are working without it, and we need to find cuts somewhere, and that seems to be, to me, one of the places we can cut, because everyone upstairs has expressed that they are okay the way that they are. Yes, there's a heavy workload, and yes, it could be helpful, but no, it's not a necessity.
I would like to keep it in the budget because, and again, 50,000 out of the fire department is a lot more productive than,
And I'm
Closing
not
the door to
saying we
this.
don't cut, I haven't dove in completely to the fire department budget, but I'm not saying we don't cut there, what I'm saying is we find cuts everywhere that we can.
62 is better than 50.
Yeah, I'd like to find it in as many places as possible. We've all talked about how 8.2% is not sustainable, and wherever we can find it, we find it. Anything else budget-wise?
I guess I gotta look at it more closely to see what was talked about, what actually needed in, what got taken back out.
What did we,
So the-
on these, where did we land on the raises? Did they stay at the initially proposed, or did we drop into the 2.81%?
we haven't landed
We
on
haven't-
anything.
we haven't-
Okay, I just didn't know, cause I know we discussed moving them to the state, or the federal COLA.
We haven't landed on anything.
Federal COLA was 2.8.
2.81, I think, yeah.
So the 8.2 is no change from our last meeting.
Correct. It's the same budget we looked at last meeting, I don't think we discussed at that meeting removing anything.
I made a bunch of proposals and
I guess I have a question on DPW administration. First of all, I'd love to see the DPW salaries back in the DPW like everybody else has to do. But I don't, with the way it's written, I'm struggling to see how many people that is. Because then they just say full-time hourly, this much.
Go to page 4.
right, the only two broken out are a director and a foreman.
Yeah, that's
Then
what
we
I'm
have
Oh, okay.
looking at, yeah.
full-time hourly, overtime hourly,
That I'm struggling.
part-time labor seasonal.
I
There's
don't
four,
know.
four part-timers,
Okay,
2 are at the dump and 2 are with DPW. There's the director, there's the foreman,
yeah,
and then the full-time hourly is Dylan, Dave, Bill, and
Good.
Dylan, Dave, Bill. Yeah,
I
Dylan,
think it's
Dave,
a
Bill,
great, because
Justin.
there's only 5 full-time guys, right?
I'm just
Yeah.
making,
Yeah.
I just wanted to know if there was a change in there.
The only thing would be proposing, they wanted to have the 5th part-timer for the dump.
For the dump, right, that was,
That's where that increase is on line 5 there.
Okay, so that's what I wanted, yeah.
Yeah.
And, after reading this job description, I'm not comfortable adding at the dump. And then physical necessities of the job, it looks like you have to be super strong, super fast to even work there, and if we have 2 super strong, super fast people, we should be good.
but we don't.
I don't think that's up to the taxpayers to pay for. So it says you have to lift 75 pounds, you have to be able to move around from car to car, you have to be able to help unload, all of that stuff, so. I dove a little bit into it this morning, and that's what.
They're supposed to help unload?
Well, there was it said something about moving, I don't have a copy of it. Something about moving something that weighs 75 pounds or less.
I was gonna say, again, I could be wrong, but I know,
What's the matter, Jake? Don't they unload your truck for you? They do it for me.
no, but there's liability with that.
No, it
That's-
does
that-
say you have to lift 75.
Right, well, that I understand, I would, when you said help unload, I was,
Yeah.
You'd be unloading our trucks.
yeah, I was gonna say, 'cause I would.
I think it was specific, I don't know, in my mind, the way it would keep the traffic from getting bunched up.
Yeah.
Plenty of times, the guys, I think one of the little chicks who used to work there, and he's so, like, hey, there's this bunching up, let me unload that for you, that kind of thing, get out of here, like, move it around. Do you have one of those? Yeah, so you have to, I think the physical exertion environmental says that you have to, talk. I know. And hear, and smell.
All your senses
yeah.
have to be intact.
You have to use, you have to handle and feel objects, tools, controls required, strenuous physical effort demanded in heavy lifting and carrying up to 75 pounds, and in performing work. Regular work outdoors under hazardous conditions, varying in extreme weather conditions, and exposure to noxious odors, fluids, materials, as well as household garbage, refuse, dirt, dust, and other disagreeable materials.
Ah,
Physical demands include standing, walking for the majority of the day, standing and walking on rough, wet, slippery surfaces, traversing rough terrain, and exposure to noises, minor injuries, and such as cuts and bruises, and insects and bees.
Sounds like a job I don't want.
So to me, that means you wouldn't get those cuts if you weren't like touching stuff.
Right.
You know what I mean?
right, but, right, and I'm not saying, but my point was, I know that in certain industries, like delivery people,
Yeah.
like for the state of lumberyard, they cannot physically unload it into your house or out of your vehicle, or because there's liability. So
Yeah.
that was my
Yeah.
only question.
Well-
I'm not saying they don't have to handle stuff and throw stuff
Yeah,
away, that's
yeah.
for sure.
I just think it, yeah,
But it's in our job description that they
yeah,
do.
you have to be physically,
Able to, to do your job.
yeah.
Yeah.
So,
No unloading.
Well,
no unloading,
Not
but
from personal
lifting heavy stuff.
strenuous
yeah.
physical effort demanded in heavy lifting and carrying up to 75 pounds and in performing work.
That's not taken out of people's cars.
No,
That's, we're getting a little bit
Yeah.
silly. The point is 75 pounds.
yeah,
So, alright, 2 things. This has happened a couple times in the last couple of meetings where we don't make a decision, and I am going to hold this board to a decision
Let's do it.
tonight on 2 things. One, are we cutting the $12,000 or not?
No.
I say yes.
I found my 2 pages of reasoning for office support that were provided to us.
Alright, so I have a no from Joy, I have a yes from Jake.
Let me read this.
Yeah.
I'm on the fence because I feel like sometimes when I'm just always like, are we overwhelming Linda, or, like, that's how I feel.
We could
I
ask
can't
them, they're
help it.
sitting right
She'll
here.
yell at
I
us.
know, I just feel, but,
And there are a lot more things, like, we talked about automating, and we talked about less paper, we talked about, I think there are a lot more reports I'd like to see just set up and going out on a, weekly or bi-weekly basis. I'd like to see us get PDFs of everything that we get instead of, a packet of paper. I would like to see I would like to see the website, like, look completely different, revamped, updated. I would like to see our, so much more of our documentation online and available to the public, so that we're not asking Linda every 10 seconds, do you have this, do you have this, do you have this? Just all the capital improvement stuff, I want it out on the website so people can see it. I want the calendar to be up to date at a moment's notice, and that's like such a menial task that Linda doesn't need to be doing. I wanna see the election Tuesday on the calendar, I wanna see the town meeting Saturday on the, I wanna see the January 21st or January 21st to January 30th filing period for candidates. Like, I want so much information out to the public at everyone's fingertips. And I don't know whether that's Linda, whether that is an office support person who can just come in and be a little elf in the background and get us more modern, get us where we need to be, rather than so much paper, so many tasks being, low-hanging fruit being done by high-value employees. I don't get applause for all that?
Sharon, go ahead.
Felt like
Is
a
there a
moment.
compromise that can be reached? If Joy doesn't want to cut the 12, Jake wants to cut the 12.
Well, I'm wondering, how many hours were we thinking, pay-wise, what are you looking at? You do $20 an hour, you're looking at 11 hours a week.
The original proposal was budgeting $20,000 for a full year, $18 to $20 an hour.
Okay.
And then because we were just doing it for 2025 from March onward, we brought it down to 12,000.
Okay, so you're talking 11 hours a week for somebody to come in?
Or raising it to $20,000 and having him do it
20.
20 hours a week.
I don't mind if we start small, because it would be overwhelming to have someone in there a ton to stop and train, but someone to just be able to throw filing out, someone to be able to, again, if they're web savvy and can just update the website and bring us to a much more productive, public-friendly level. And
maybe be the go-to to say, hey, I wanna see these, a more detail on this, and I wouldn't have to ask Linda or Kate on, let's say, some payroll or something I really wanna go through,
Well,
or something
you have
like
two of your
that.
I was
employees
gonna
right
say, we
here.
should just ask them.
And you,
They're
Bob,
right
did somebody talk to Bob before?
You're gonna need
I did.
computers, you're gonna need a place for them to sit, you're gonna be looking at more costs.
And what did Bob say?
And Bob said that yes, it would be helpful, but no, it is not necessary.
Okay.
He
That's,
can work.
we're trying to save money.
Yeah.
We're willing to, we do,
I'm willing to give back my selectman's laptop because it was the office assistant's beforehand.
wasn't mine.
No, not the office assistant, it was Emily Shepherd's.
She didn't have a laptop.
I don't know if it was the, as the supervisor of the checklist.
Okay.
Wondering.
Yeah,
But
she didn't,
anyway.
but she didn't use one as an office assistant.
But that's a laptop that I've been using that I don't need, so you don't need to buy a computer, I will give that laptop back.
So maybe do half, and just do half the year, maybe budget season, when we get really intense with asking a lot from everybody, and always
be
trying
hard.
to.
How much time do we have to spend to train these people? Here's a question for.
Well, sure, that would take time.
Well, that was my, right, like if we only allot 5 hours or even 10 hours a week for 20 weeks, how much of that
I'm
time?
gonna say something that was discussed last night, was brought to my attention, that an assistant helped Bob. If that assistant helps Bob, then he said, well, why don't they help with the ZBA stuff? I'm gonna tell you right now, it's either all or nothing for me with the ZBA stuff.
Right.
Because I'm not going to give part of that job to somebody
No.
and
I would
deal with it
imagine
that way.
handing
So
off
I'm just laying it out there.
paperwork, just, again, that is high value employee stuff being performed by a high value, highly trained employee. I'm talking about taking the lower hanging fruit stuff off your desk. Looking at this, for example, the facility stickers, looking at office traffic, looking at, again, this is the stuff that we got from you guys last year. The cell tower crap, like
That I wouldn't give to
right, that
anybody.
you couldn't, but there's stuff that occupies your time.
As I say, if that's the case, you wanna hire somebody and they work for Bob and whatever, they wanna take the land use board stuff, it's all or nothing. Cause I'm not
Yeah.
going to do part of it and be responsible for somebody else. I will not do that.
Agreed.
There's too much legal stuff going on, and Sharon can attest to that, because there's a lot of legal
Agreed and understood.
that I'm not willing to put myself on the line. So
Right, no, this is again, that,
I deal with attorneys all the time.
Yeah.
So Alright, we've heard Joy's explanation. Linda, is there anything that you would like to say to it as far as an office assistant goes?
I've said it before, we put in the extra to make it happen. But that's entirely up to you guys what you give us work with.
Alright, so maybe website enhancement. We do it, they come in quarterly, and get the $20 an hour, they already are trained in how to work that kind of stuff. And, because they would already have to have that skill. And they just update it every 3 months so that it has the most up-to-date, or weekly, it doesn't matter, they can make their own schedule, do from home, I don't really care. But just to have that more robust, dynamic, open the page and see it, and just start with small, something really small like that.
I'm stuck on making the cuts. I'm stuck on making the decision, and I know it's hard on Linda and hard on Kate, but they've expressed that they can handle it, and we need to find cuts where we can find cuts, and I think that's a $12,000 hit that we don't need. So I am still a yes. Jake, are you? Jake is still a yes. Joy, I'm assuming you're still a no?
Very much so. I don't care if we cut it in half, but we need the support.
I'm gonna put you both on the spot.
I know,
Because I get frustrated leaving this room
No,
without
I
a decision
understand.
on a lot of
But
things.
I'm gonna refer to the employees. They say they don't need it, we don't need it. I'm sorry, I mean, I can't raise money for something that's gonna sit there we're not gonna use or need, so I'm gonna go with you guys.
So,
No,
So who's gonna do all the tasks that, Selectman Gray
the
just?
ones that have been doing it,
Huh?
the ones that have been doing it.
Hold on, Donna.
I just wanted, I don't know because I was a teacher, I did everything. But I know how trained you two are and I don't know much about computers. But to try to avoid the training and to get extra help, is there any way you could just have someone there to answer the phone, to do the filing, to do the job, the parts of the job that wouldn't need to be trained? You know, so I have someone come in 2 hours a day or something just to get started.
You wanna
To
find that?
take, like, answering the phone, anybody can do that and pretty much figure out who to direct, you know, who to connect to. There must be papers that need to be filed that filing isn't real hard.
treasurer, file statements, file deposit, file transfers, selectman's office, file invoices, file payroll, file property files, file general correspondence, copy and make selectmen's books, assessing, filing of deeds and tax cards, enter property deed transfers and avatar.
I don't know, that way, I understand the whole training part, that would be brutal. But if there's things that could be done without having to train somebody, and, you know, you'd have to spend a little time training them,
Showing
but
them where they are.
answering the phone, filing, there must be other little things that could be done that would take those things away from you guys and you could do all that other stuff that you do. It's just an idea, and maybe if you need to cut it this year, but put it in next year thinking along those lines to start with, so you don't have that cost of training. Because, you know, it would be hard to find somebody that can do what they do.
Well,
Have a decision from 4, Nicole?
I would say that I don't wanna let go of that because I think it could really help it function. But I'll let go of my guilt for asking for stuff, I guess. I always feel so bad because they're so overworked,
I
you know.
told you to.
I know, but I just
told
I
you.
just feel bad, but I do want more, I wanna call and say, how come this isn't updated, how come the meetings aren't on the website or whatever, you know, and I'll just let go of that then and just keep asking when I need stuff, and, you know, sometimes I'll ask if Joy has it already copied that I can borrow or something, you know,
I
because I
told
don't
Doug
want it.
McAllister
Yeah.
tonight, because he was here,
Yeah.
and he couldn't get in the building, 'cause he doesn't have a key, he has my phone number,
Right.
text me, I live next door, I
Yeah.
will come and let you in.
Right. No, I have one. So I guess I can compromise on that, but it definitely is not where I would prefer to cut. I would prefer to cut elsewhere. And I'd like to move in the direction of getting more help.
I would like to cut there and everywhere else if we can, but I still don't think I got a yes or a no.
Was that
I
yes
guess,
or
I'm
no?
gonna go with what the ladies say,
Alright,
for now, you know, till we
Hey, and
revisit it.
right, and we can, again, if it becomes an issue, we can revisit, this is,
Yeah.
alright, so
Yeah, that's a question.
we have a 4-1, the 12,000 comes out. And I lost my place on the other thing that we were talking about.
the fire department. Is that
That wasn't the one I was, not that that's not,
on the list?
Well, I had mentioned that.
Oh, the part-time?
yes, the part-time, so we've made a decision on the 12,000, we have 4-1, the 12,000 goes. The other question is the part-time at, the DPW.
$26,000 line, is that what it was, $24,000?
Yes, it's a $26,000 line.
Tangentially related, the, salaries, full-time hourly line, there's a 4.4% increase, and there's a $10,000 addition and $2,400 addition for the foreman.
Highway?
Yeah, under DPW administration.
Okay.
Right, there's a 3.5% increase for the foreman's wages, there's 4.4% increase, so
And I-
we haven't seen what those look like. And obviously that exceeds, so the debate we're having on salary,
Right, hold on,
caps.
Joy, I'm gonna stop you, and I think, and I'm not trying to be mean, but this is why we don't make decisions. I wanna focus on one issue, then we can go to the raises and we can focus on that issue. I simply wanna focus on whether or not we're gonna hire a third person at the DPW, or at the transfer station.
I'd
And then
like
we-
to hear the need. I'd like to hear,
I think
It was
from the-
expressed to me from John Aruda.
not to the board, I'd like for the board to hear it.
You want him to come and express it? Alright, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Can we ask John to stop by at our next meeting?
And he could just write it if he wants.
Or, yeah,
Yeah.
or just give us
Email
something
us.
in writing, whatever he prefers. He
Okay,
probably
so
wants to
have
come
the
and hang out.
conversation, I'd like to have the conversation.
Sure.
Thank you.
See, don't you guys feel bad asking her?
Yes.
I don't mind.
Also,
That's
I'll
also,
make- I
just to
can
be
make it
clear,
happen.
he was here and had the discussion with us at a previous meeting.
Correct.
He did. He
sat
was
back
here,
there.
he sat back there and had the conversation with all of it, well, you were not here, Nicole, cause it was prior to you. But he had the conversation with us about wanting another part-time guy and the reasons why. I mean, I'm more than willing to have him come back and,
If we have the minutes, then yeah, I'll go back and I'll read the minutes before we waste his time, yeah,
Alright, so
it's fine.
hold off on John. Joy's gonna go look at the minutes. It was a meeting with, when Rick was still here.
yeah, and it had to do, I think, it might have been with the increase in, or the change of
It
fee
was
schedule,
talking
I
about the
think it
dump
was
schedule.
during
Okay.
one of those
But yeah,
meetings he was here.
his explanation was in that meeting, you're right.
All right,
Figure out
then
what
I
data
will.
was, you can go back and watch it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's it, right.
And just to further explain, not only do I think it's a strenuous job and requires people to be strong and quick, if there is, and put my restaurant hat on right now, if there is commotion and you need to get to people, put a sawhorse up and they have to wait a minute. They have to wait a minute till the traffic clears, everybody's taken care of, and then you move them on. I personally have not witnessed any congestion at the dump, and
Oh, I
do
see
go.
it, I mean, I'm
I
not
do
gonna.
go regularly, even when, but I unload my own truck, I own, you know, I do all that myself, I jump in the back and back it up to the dumpsters where, you know, construction debris and all of that. But I do not, congestion is subjective.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, I would say 75% of the time I'm at the dump, I would consider it congested.
Yeah.
Waiting in line to get to the compactors, waiting in line to get to the construction
And
debris.
I have not witnessed that at all.
Can I ask a question?
Quickly.
I saw that, I'm just wondering how another guy's gonna stop congestion.
So it's not his concern, and because you asked, I'll address the concern he told us, was that he's supposed to be in the guard shack to check for stickers,
Okay.
to receive payment, and when he's out helping people at the dumpsters, he's afraid, and he's pretty certain that he's missing revenue because he's not there. That was, so, and he was really looking for, his request was like 4 to 5 hours Saturday, Sunday, when it's the busier days and it's the longer days. They put in, because finding someone to only work 10 hours a week is probably gonna be difficult, so the reason they budgeted for halftime was that reason. But that was his concern, is that he's missing out, or the town's missing out on revenue, it's costing us more to get rid of things, because if the other guy's down at the bottom, which is where he normally
Right, at
mans,
the
right,
recycling,
yeah, so that was his concern.
Okay, thanks.
So historically, that guard shop wasn't there. There was, you went up and if you were dumping in, bulky waste, you were getting charged and they were just walking back and forth, assisting the traffic, but saying, hey, you owe $30, you know, over there, pull, you know, and being in that area and not, and at the same time, you're looking at everybody's sticker.
Right. And historically, the trash compactor was down bottom.
Yeah.
So you had
You didn't
just,
have-
you had just the
didn't
construction
have to
debris
split,
up top, and then you had the
Right.
other, so I think it was a little more manageable than going back and forth.
I don't disagree,
Right.
but I don't, you know, I think it would be more about, I think if it gets congested, it's because people are checking.
I agree.
That could be part of it, but
And
yeah.
you can say, move along now, move down bottom.
Mandatory, so.
Alright, those are the two I wanted a decision on. We'll defer the decision until the next meeting. After Joy looks at the
Video.
I'm. Do we have any other questions before, or any other parts of the budget we wanna hit?
Joey, you were mentioning you wanted to see those, the breakdown of those employee salary raises?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we gonna go through the budget and kind of say yay or nay of certain things? Or is everything just required on the first page of the Zoom?
So we'll give a yay or nay when we recommend at the end, and I've only been here for 3 years, so generally speaking, we all take a look at it, we all see if we can find cuts, if we bring them to the table, and we cut them to avoid hitting every line in a meeting, everybody has the opportunity to look and get their concerns out.
Right.
And which is why I brought my couple ideas to the table.
Okay.
But
so-
yes, we will, I mean, we'll recommend or not recommend the entire budget when we go to the budget hearing.
So, yeah, I guess you would need more detail if you have, like, you have salary increases that are a percentage, but, well, one covers one person, but one covers, it looks like multiple people.
Like 4 others, yeah.
Yeah, so that's kinda hard to decipher a little bit.
Those are put in by the department heads as recommendations, but the board, you guys haven't decided on any of that.
Right.
Right,
And I think the,
but I'm saying to say, if I come back next time, I'd be like, well, based on all of these numbers for each person.
I think the idea was it was whatever it was, 3% or whatever the first number they put in there. And it comes out as 4.4 because higher paid employees, the 3% is more than obviously the lower point, so.
Right.
So that would,
So
I mean,
it
if
comes
we,
at 4.4 for the overall line.
Oh, right, but I think it was-
Because of different,
yes,
they add up to that, yeah.
yeah. And that's confusing, I know, it's confusing for
I
me when I
know.
looked at it first, I was like, I thought we were going for, you know, originally it was like 3% or whatever, but.
Higher math.
More fingers.
Ran out of
I
toes.
don't know, need the sandals.
Yeah, and I think we should, I don't know how you wanna.
I mean, I guess the only,
We get some changes to do before we look at it again.
yeah, we'll make those couple changes.
Which change?
Well,
Just the $12,000 change at
Plus
this point,
they
right?
take the 2 out that we wanna pay for.
Oh,
the least
two
payments
leases,
in the
okay.
12,000, yep.
Put in 2 different warrant articles.
And then I, personally, what I'd really like to see is if everybody go through the budget and come in and tell us where you think we should cut.
Like I did last time? Yeah, I'll do that again.
No, you didn't. You wanna cut the fire department budget by $50,000.
I went through,
What line?
we went through line by line, and I said, okay, we have 200 here, okay, we have 2,000. I went through in great depth of detail. I'm more than happy to do it again.
Let's go, let's hear it.
Do we wanna adjust the raise schedule to, at least initially, to the 2.8% federal? To see what that does? I'm asking the board.
We need to see the math on everybody. We don't know, again, what lines these represent. We don't, there are 4 people in that line. We don't know what that looks like.
Yeah, like if somebody's getting 1 and somebody.
And we don't have.
I think it was a
performance
3,
reviews.
whatever that number, and I don't know if it was 3 or 3.5% was the original proposed number from what,
Okay.
when Josh was
For
here
one of them.
explaining it, that was, I think, across the board, those 4
Well, like 6 years
employees.
ago when he was here, 'cause that's what it feels like.
Yeah, so yeah, whenever the initial budget
Yeah.
proposal, what he had said was, I know it says 4.4%, but that was a 3 or 3.5%, which was what kind of everyone went with initially,
Yeah,
was that number.
Yeah.
But yeah, we can obviously wait till we have the breakdown and see what that looks like, that's fine, but.
Alright, so. Did you wanna go through that?
Nan?
Just thinking when you talk about the percents, because 3% of 50,000, and it just compounds. So in other words, maybe percent isn't the way to go, because I know at the school you have your CBA, and you get to the top step and you're maxed out. You don't go any further, and it's a cost of living. So I don't know if there's a different way to compensate these hard workers, because, they should be. I just think what happens is 3%, and then it's 3%, and by the end of 10 years, you've reached the max for that particular job. You see what I'm trying to say? So,
Yeah,
I
salary
don't-
bands.
correct,
Yeah.
so maybe, I don't know if there's a different way to do it, or everybody is just,
Well,
You probably
I
do,
think
Sharon.
we talked about, at least at some of the meetings with the budget and the CIC even having each position in the town have
Year to year.
approximate starting salary based on their experience, obviously, and ending, and basically that way the employee knows right up front, this is the max you're gonna make, revisit every 5 years.
right.
And
Each year.
and description.
Cost
Yeah,
of
because we
living.
don't want people staying forever, we do want people staying forever, but 20 years later, we can't pay them $200,000.
Correct.
So the job is this, it's not gonna change much, and it's only within this much range, that's the max you can make, doing this job. And then they have the opportunity to go into the private sector if they wanna make more money, or less, or whatever,
Right.
but, that's not our
What
business.
about cost of
But
living?
the problem is, I don't know that we're gonna get to that, cause I expressed that I wanna be part of that, during budget season.
Okay.
Because
Because it's too much going on.
I have so many
Yeah.
things in my computer being
Right,
moved
no,
till
no, no,
after,
no, I think we should
because
not.
it's just
maybe
too
going
intense,
forward.
yeah.
I also wanna see wage comparisons. It looks like doing the math that we were hiring, someone for the transfer station, for $25 an hour, I'd like to see, again, what are other towns paying their transfer station folks, and what are the responsibilities? Do they have to have a CDL because they have to drive a, big front loader around or whatever? I don't know, I wanna see comparisons, because comparing our wages to Conway, we pay our people well.
I'll be quick, I promise. I recognize what the both of you are saying, but as Nicole said, I think that's after this budget is completed and submitted.
Yeah.
But I think that's a necessary step, because it goes to controlling wage scales and things of that nature. To address the issue this year, one of the things that we used to use is called a wage pool. That you take, Linda would have to give you a printout of what the entire wages are for employees. It comes to, I'm gonna make up a number, $1.5 million a year. Okay, that's the number that you use the wage increase to create. You decide that there's a 2.8% wage increase. 2.8% of the 1.5 million gives you a wage pool. You can then, by dollar, apportion that out how you see fit, or how the department head sees fit. You give the department head, you have a $10,000 budget for wage increases. Here's your 7 people or whatever it is. You apportion and tell me how you're gonna apportion that out. And that leaves the department head the ability for those people who are doing their job and just doing an okay job, and they're just trucking along. It gives them the ability to give them a pay increase. But the other people who might be doing a bang-up job and are always there, you can adjust that pool to give that person a little more money. So that person might end up with a 0.98% or 3.0%, and somebody else ends up with a 2.5%. But it all evens out at the end. It evens out to that $10,000 or whatever it is that the individual gets, or the pool has assigned.
That's also where the performance evaluations come in, because we do have
Right. Right.
folks who are stellar performers.
But it gives a little bit of autonomy to the department heads.
And I think that's why I was on board with that, because if we don't come to an agreement at this table with going on the lower end, I was thinking as a compromise, we could go on the lower end, plus give a little bit per department and say, divvy it up as you see fit, you know what I mean?
This year?
I don't know, like, if we go low, I'm saying,
Yeah.
lower than they want,
Okay.
you know.
Where are you gonna put that in your budget?
So if we do have the base wages of everybody, cause it's in the last year's town report. We have everyone's base wages, let's look at it that way, let's look at 2.8% and what that wage pool would look like.
Yeah, I'd
Alright.
like to see that, that'd be a really helpful information.
And then get another number. Another number.
That's what budget is, all those numbers.
Alright, Joe, where are your cuts?
I'll bring them next time.
Okay,
Are we gonna address the warrants at all?
we are. Joey's gonna bring her cuts next time to
Well, we
address
all
them.
are, right?
Yeah.
Yes. That's the wrong one. Didn't pull it. Alright. So, the first page of the warrant is the general operating budget broken up into 3 different articles, which we've just talked about. That covers Articles 1 and 2. Wow. Who knows what they'll be with all the zoning articles. Temporarily Articles 1 and 2.
It's about 3.5 to 4 pages. Oh my goodness.
Perfect. Alright, so temporary article number 3 is to raise and appropriate the $363,563 to purchase the truck, with $255,000 to come from the Granite State Clean Fleet Act agreement, and $108,519 to come from unassigned fund balance.
I have to reword it,
We
but
ha-
that's
we-
the theory.
It needs to be reworded so that all of
Everything
it's
comes out of
coming
fund
from
balance.
unreserved fund balance,
If
to
we,
be reimbursed by the grant.
if we only had to finance 108,000 in theory, at current interest rates, it might behoove us to again readjust, instead of taking that out of unassigned fund balance, to pay off something that has a higher interest rate.
We have to buy the truck outright, so either we do it out of that or we have to raise and appropriate. Cause then we get reimbursed, we have to buy the truck outright.
Part of the grant.
It's part of the grant.
That's, we have to purchase the whole thing up front. So either we do it this way or we raise and appropriate the $363,000.
Alright,
Alright, Article X, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $134,000 for chip sealing of town roads, including but not limited to East Madison Road, Pound Road, Colby Hill Road, Greenwood Road, Danforth Lane, Heritage Road, Peak Vista Lane. This will be a non-lapsing appropriation per RSA 32-7, and will not lapse until the funds have been exhausted with the completion of the project, or by December 31st, 2031, whichever sooner. So these
These are the articles that you, yeah. had.
These, these are the four. Nope, 3. So these are the 3 separate articles for road maintenance, breaking out the 400,000?
443,
Yeah, roughly 440,000. That would normally be one article, but these are broken out into different items to specify what those dollars are going to.
I feel pretty strongly right now about these 3 articles that I'm not in favor of any of them for reasons I've already stated about our road maintenance, protecting our roads before we sink money into them. And based on our purchase thing, these are things I'd like, I know DOT has a place you can go to get average costs for basically anything, cause I do use that site at work, but, I wanna see the 3 chip sealing bids, and I wanna see the 3 paving bids, and I wanna see the 3 crack filling bids before I make a decision. As well as have a solid plan going forward to address the numerous issues with our roads that we are 100% responsible to take care of every single day. That's how I feel about
So we can take,
about sinking more money into roads that are just being let go.
we can take a look at the bids, and but if I'm not mistaken, in my conversation with Josh, DOT's recommendation for our mileage of roads was a raise and appropriation of roughly $750,000 every year.
Mm-hmm. And I wanna see the road CIP updated, and I wanna see, a gravel road CIP.
I just, like I said, what's happening to a lot of the roads is happening because we're not doing our part, and that's visible.
And this is part of that part, the chip sealing, the crack sealing, those things that need to be done, that are
Yeah.
in this, we haven't been doing. So if we don't start doing them on the roads that are decent,
Yeah.
like I know East Madison Road is,
Yeah, Peak Vista I went out and looked at, and
Yeah.
it had already had a dusting, I couldn't tell, I couldn't see
But-
anything on the edges or anything.
Yeah, the point of breaking it out this way and explaining it, this is him moving towards maintaining versus replacing and trying to keep the roads that we have in decent condition, as well as fixing the ones that aren't. So these 3 warrant articles are, in my opinion, moving towards what you're asking for. Better maintenance on the roads that we have going forward so that we don't end up in the situation that we're in.
I guess I disagree, because these are all outsourced companies that are gonna come in and do this. What our 55 man hours a day and all the millions of dollars of equipment we have, what we're not seeing, and I get it from, like I said, I've done my windshield, assessment, and I've gone out with somebody who builds roads.
who's that? Name please.
Mr. Waymeyer, and, the ditching's not being done, the shouldering's not being done, the extra gravel's not, and I can see it with my own eyes. So,
I have,
and based on the vegetation that grows on the embankments that should be knocked down and graded and shouldered, so that water's shedding away from the roads, you can tell it hasn't been done in years. I mean, I'm not making it up, I asked the DPW director and myself, why aren't our roads being maintained, he said, I don't know. So, and whether you use a grader every day, the fruit front runner, or you're ditching with the rubber tire machine, whatever, but we bought all that stuff to keep our roads from getting undermined and overmined, cause like the crack fill keeps it from getting overmined by water. The shouldering keeps it from getting undermined by water, doesn't come right back under. I mean, I could tell you right in front of my house. It's the top of the asphalt, next to it, no gravel, it's been like that all summer. And it is deep, it's 10 inches, No gravel's been brought in, and it should be every single day, I mean, that's our most expensive road in town.
yeah, I wanna see a bigger plan, I wanna see much more than just
And more
patching
activity.
things up this year.
Right, so, well, I guess then the question is, these are 2 separate issues. Right, we need to, in your opinion, sit down with the DPW director and talk about why certain things aren't being done, but if we don't do this, everything gets worse.
Is this I don't know that this is the best use of $400,000.
This is specifically paving budget.
Yep.
Yeah.
Correct.
Well, it's
Pavement
not,
crack
it's
sealing.
cracks, fill.
Well, right,
and-
but pavement maintenance.
Yeah,
Pavement maintenance,
and
yes.
and I think chip sealing's a great use for maintenance, I think it's great, especially if we're gonna shim and overlay later, it's a great bonding thing, but it's not, it's like, we have to eat it because it wasn't maintained on the edges, you know what I mean, and that's how,
But
as a
the-
taxpayer,
right,
I feel, it's an insult.
Right, well, and I guess, what I'm saying is we need to instruct or talk to about maintaining going forward, but we can't ignore what was done in the past in order to get there. We need to continue to maintain our paved roads and chip seal and crack fill and do all those things so that we don't end up in a boat or those roads need to be completely rebuilt. Sharon?
I hear what you're saying, and I understand what Jake's saying with regard to, like, if we don't do something, then they
another
get
year.
worse, they deteriorate more. I think what they're asking, and what I have been asking, is that there was a road maintenance schedule that hadn't been updated in many years. One of the things that we continue to ask for from the budget committee and from the CIP and now from this side of the table is, where is that plan? Show us that plan, defend the $134,000 for, this is why this piece has to happen now, and here's the best way to do this. That's not being presented so that people, selectmen, ABC, CIP, can all understand where that plan is. And when we have asked, I think part of the consternation is we get crickets. So either there isn't a plan, because that's what we're left to believe. There either isn't a plan, or they don't have a plan, or they refuse to make a plan and continue. You'll end up in crisis management, which is where we are. What's the plan to dig us out of the crisis management where our roads are concerned? And I get that the state says it's $750,000 a year, okay? But somebody needs to show us what that is. And perhaps those people coming from New Hampshire T2 or whatever you call them, perhaps those people coming are the first step in understanding that, even for the folks at the DPW to necessarily all understand it and get it. But that strategy and that planning has to happen before you can ask taxpayers to spend $500,000 on chip sealing and doing this and doing that on roads. They have to understand where that money's going and what the plan is going forward. Without it, it's a hard sell.
I feel like, and again, because I've had conversations with Josh outside of meetings, but also he was here when he explained these three. If I'm not mistaken, when he was explaining these, like with the Article X, the second one with the 260 for Town Line and Mooney Hill and the roads that have been paved, we need to top coat those because we've already paved them. And again, not all of it was explained out, at least not to my record, but there was the key bullet points with like that and some of the bigger ones, the chip seal thing he went over. But yeah, I agree. I think and I don't know if he has a plan. I feel like he has been working on a plan.
When he was here and we asked, Nicole and I asking also about East Madison Road and the sections that are falling apart, and when are we going to address those? Don't know. What about the road CIP that existed? Not really doing that anymore. So we were even explicitly told there isn't a plan. So we need one to understand the priorities, to understand the cost of what needs to be done when. This is very short-sighted. It does not encompass everything that we need to know. We need more information.
No, and I'm not gonna say that this is everything that we need to know, but I am gonna say that this is not short-sighted. I think these three articles are broken out this way, and he specifically did it this way to explain to us where each one of those sets of dollars are going and why we need to do it. That's why he came in here with the printout and explained, we need to crack seal High Street before it gets bad. He's working towards getting us in a maintenance routine.
Right, and we asked about, what about this road,
Well,
and what about this section, and what about Carved and Bark, and it was,
Well,
why these three?
I think we're explaining it from two different perspectives. You're understanding this is maintenance. I'm understanding this as major overhauls, or I wanna know about the maintenance that our six guys and millions of dollars of equipment do every day to make sure the road doesn't crumble.
And if I'm not mistaken, part of his explanation with the $260,000, part of that is to rent the shoulder machine to shoulder all of these roads that are getting paved. So part of that shouldering is maintaining the edge of the road and no undermining on the edges and things of that nature. That was his explanation when he was here.
Right.
I
So
think
the $500,000 grader doesn't do any shouldering, front runner won't do.
The
doing
problem with
shouldering.
shouldering with that grader is that with the, like East Mass Road, for instance,
Yeah.
you're gonna tear the tar up.
Yeah,
Because you hook a piece of loose tar, pavement,
It's
you're,
all loose.
right, well, that's the problem, so
Yeah.
you can't use that piece of equipment there,
Right.
you can use that piece of equipment on a new road. But the shouldering machine is designed to not damage the current asphalt. Like where, even with a skilled operator, there's a chance of, if you're running a grater blade, of damaging the existing asphalt.
Right.
So,
So what
on,
about carved and bark? There's a couple of sections where the road is completely given away on
and
the
they,
sides.
and they cut, I know this summer, they cut some out when they had the paving machine, there was some problem spots they cut and patched when they had the paving machine.
I mean the shouldering. When you go into carved and bark, there's berms of gravel blocking water from getting off the road and around.
and that's almost everywhere in town.
Well, again, I don't have the answer
So
to that.
can the grader be doing that? Can he pushing that gravel off and?
I'm sure it could be, I mean, again, like, and I don't know what they're, as far as what.
Well, I drove a police car. I didn't drive a
I don't, again, and like, with this past year, I don't know, I know that they did a lot of work on North Division Road and out that way, and they did some stuff on George Chick Drive, they did the ditches and put riprap in and did all that stuff for erosion maintenance out there. So again, it's not that things aren't getting done,
Right.
we, I'm gonna say we collectively, don't feel like enough is getting done. So the explanation needs to be, why did only this get done, not why did nothing get done?
Right.
Because that just puts a burr in someone's
I
bonnet.
don't think anybody's saying that.
No.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying when we move forward, and I'm not
Yeah.
accusing anyone of saying that, but I'm saying what we need to do is ask the right question.
Right.
Like, I know you did this, this, and this, why couldn't we make it to this?
Right.
Right, well, like, why did these roads not get touched this year? Was there a reason that,
I think we do say, okay, we see your report, thank you. What about?
right, exactly, and I think.
That's what we are doing. I don't
And
think,
just keep in mind too, that Josh is relatively new DPW director, dealing with what he was left, which was not great, by any stretch of the imagination. In my personal opinion, and you can have a different one, obviously, that's how life works, it's a lot better now than it was previously.
Not that it's perfect, or that
It's
it doesn't
I'm
need.
not saying it's
it
perfect,
doesn't
I'm
need
not saying it
additions,
can't
but-
get better, I'm just saying it is better than it has been in the past.
I think one of the things that I would like to see is prioritization. He's asking for these three different warrant articles, but where do those warrant articles sit? Are they the top three priorities that have to be addressed, otherwise we have potential catastrophic failure? What does that look like? And whether it was good, bad, or indifferent, there used to be one of those. It categorized the roads as red, green, yellow, blue, which I don't really remember
That's
what
sitting
that
right
was.
there, isn't it?
Right?
It's somewhere in
It's
there.
that one right
no,
but it-
this isn't it.
Yeah.
No, it's not, that's not the one that's color coded out.
But it did, it color coded
It's
them, so
different.
that he would have the opportunity to be able to stand there and say, well, this warrant article addresses priority number one, this warrant article addresses priority number two, and this warrant article addresses priority number three. If we have the money, I'd like to see priority 4, 5, and 6 being done as well. I can create those warrant articles if we need it. But absent that, are those 1, 2, and 3 from the priority standpoint? I don't know. If you listen to the people in town, they would tell you no. And I get that if we don't top coat Mooney Hill Road, we stand the chance of losing part of it because it should have probably been done last year, but we didn't have the money, so we put it off put it off a year. So maybe that becomes a top priority because that's maintenance, that's repaving that's already been done, that needs to be top coated. Where does then the rest of it fall? And being able to defend that in a deliberative session or to the selectmen and to the advisory budget committee would go a long way to being able to say, yes, we support this because we can see where it falls, we can see where it's going to support the end goal, the end objective for the town. But nobody has that. It's either all up in his head and in the other people's head, or it doesn't exist. It can only be one of those two things, because it's not on paper in front of you.
Yeah, and without saying, I have 3 RFPs out on this one, and on this one, I can't say, I wanna take $25,000 for crack fill and say, I'm gonna be, I don't know, maybe it's 10,000, maybe
Well,
it's
wouldn't
12,
that come
maybe it's-
afterwards, if this is just raising it to get it, then you do your quotes afterwards, I'm assuming?
Well, what did he base the cost on?
That's what
What did he
I-
base that number
again,
on?
I'm
Well,
just saying.
I think he
Right.
said DOT $750,000 or whatever, that's what their recommendation for the whole thing, and I get that, but I feel like once we say it, once we approve it, then those things might not get done, and
Well, they have to be done.
and I want them done.
Well,
I would rather see the RFPs right now in front of me.
The problem is,
The proposals.
with, and I can tell you with paving, and you know, the cost of asphalt, the AC cost fluctuates monthly.
It's a
So,
commodity.
so you can get the price now, but in August, it could be substantially more,
Right.
or
We're not-
substantially less.
We're not talking about, us buying asphalt and doing it ourselves, that's a little bit of a different story. We're talking about how much is the company that's going to do the work going to
That's
charge
mandated by the state. The AC price is mandated.
Right, so
for
they,
the labor included, that's what I'm saying.
right, but they'll give you the quote and they'll write right on the quote that it depends on the AC price at the time of the job.
Yeah, I know, I write this in, I write the quotes. But I would say it hasn't been my experience that it has fluctuated in enough to change the price of doing
I
the
was gonna say,
job.
he had a list from, I mean, it was a list of like a couple, 3 years, and there was some heavy fluctuation. I mean, you know, it's based on oil price.
It's also very heavy fluctuation in the company's prices, how much they're willing to do the job for.
Yeah.
And it does not, asphalt aside, how much they're willing to put their men and their machines out here for. It's a big fluctuation, so.
Right, but, and again, to move forward, if this is approved, the money's approved, to move forward with the project, we have to have 3 sealed bids. So, like I said, my concern is seeing the 3 sealed bids now isn't going to
Thank you.
necessarily reflect what happens in whenever it is we decide to do it. Cause last year we budgeted for 450, yeah, and we spent 389,
Okay.
I believe is what the price was, somewhere around there.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
Like, again, I feel like, I mean, yeah, I get it, like, I do, I mean, we need to get the best product,
Right.
best price, you know, with those 2 things combined.
Right.
And I'm not debating that, I think that's, but again, being here for all of 8 months,
Yeah.
that with this last paving, that's what happened.
Yeah.
We approved it at a town meeting, and then they get the price, we went with whoever we went with, and again, and even from their bid, they came in under price on that bid.
Right.
What they gave us for bid, the cost was actually marginally less.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, we're gonna get the 3 bids at the time of doing the job. I guess, would it be compromised to see where he came up with these numbers? I thought we already had, but.
I think he did tell us where he came up with the
See on
prices.
paper where he came up with these numbers?
Yeah, well, like I said, DOT runs a site that you can kinda gauge what
Yeah.
each job costs
I think, I
per
wanna
mile and
say
stuff, so
he
you can
used,
look that up.
I don't want, you know,
It's
I
not
know
a
that
fun
he
site to
gave
look
us a
at, but-
company's estimate for
Yeah.
the number, it wasn't from the state, the estimate he gave us was from a paving company.
Peak, whatever. the
Pike
name-
Pike Industries.
It was from Pike,
Yeah.
yep.
So like there was
See as a company.
tangible,
Right, and that's what it was, is we're gonna get the 3 sealed bids when we do the job, but he's gonna use Pike's numbers, cause they were the cheapest last year to
Right.
gauge, or they were
Right.
the ones who did it last year, not that they were the cheapest, I can't remember, but
Right.
they're the ones who did it last year, so you use their numbers as budget numbers, because when it comes time to do it, then we will quote it, and hopefully it's cheaper,
Right.
with any luck.
Gas
Right.
is going down, so.
right, so that, right, I will,
Diesel's not,
no,
It's
I've
not?
noticed that.
not much, I guess.
Alright,
Moving forth.
See what happens now.
to see if the town to vote, that's for the greater lease
yeah.
payment, so we're gonna change that. Alright, the next one, to see if the town will vote to raise appropriate the sum of XXXXX to be placed in the previously established highway heavy equipment expendable trust fund. Balance right now is $20,952. Last year it was
10,000.
10,000?
10,000.
And we're using that for, repairs,
Yeah, like unexpected big
like that
repairs.
$7,700 one, that would be kinda big, right?
Yeah, I feel like, and like with the plow frame that was broken and that stuff we
So
used.
do we
that.
wanna keep 10,000 going in?
We did increase the overall operating budget for repairs $10,000.
Yep, I think, man, the increase in the operating budget is small minor repairs that are going up each individually. But yeah, we used $9,000 out of that to cover the plow that broke, I believe.
And I
Yeah,
think
I wanna say
something
it's
else-
16,000
about
is what we
16.
pulled out of that, because it was the
Totally.
plow frame, the weight, the two
Yeah.
wings, the blocks, all that stuff.
Yeah, can we look at the breakdown, like we have the detailed drawdown of each of the, budget items? Can we get detailed drawdown for each of the ETFs?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So are you suggesting 10,000?
That's what I'm suggesting, we stay with what we've been doing.
Stay with what we've been putting in there,
Mhm.
10,000,
I'm on board.
alright, so 10,000. Alright, the next article, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $25,000 to be placed in the previously established expendable trust fund.
I already put the money in there because that's what it's gonna take over the next few years to have us ready for 2030.
Okay.
That's why I have a number in there. And let me just say, I just put all of the ETFs in here just for you to decide, even if you wanted to put anything in them. I'm not suggesting, I just wanna make sure they were all addressed.
Thank you.
So we're gonna stay with the 25,000 so we can stay on pace with being ready for our next.
And then if we do end up with a different assessor who is cheaper,
Cheaper,
then we
we
can
still have it.
make
Yeah,
lower
adjust it.
amounts going forward.
Yep. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of questionable dollars to be placed in the previously established transfer station capital expendable trust fund balance is 53,000.
What did we do last
Do they
year?
have any, do they have any projects that they need done?
And I don't know if this expendable trust, it should be, paving.
Well, they did the
They
paving.
did some,
Paving and concrete work, I believe, there's an
I think they-
apron and,
and they did the little bit of the, with that paving.
but yeah, they paved that section by the,
I know John has expressed extreme concern
you?
over the pavement.
No, not me.
The last couple times he was in here, and I don't know how much of it got addressed.
there was, I know that right
That's what
behind the compactors, it was broken up, they cut and they redid that section there, yeah.
Is it bothering you?
So yeah, I think we need to hear from, John about what he projects, I mean, I don't think we have anything in
I
the
don't, I'm
CIP.
trying to think the CIP doesn't,
Alright, so. our
We still
budget
wanna put a
hearing
little
is-
bit away for rainy day,
I'd like
instead
to
of
know-
closing that line out with nothing to do.
No, it's got 53,000.
Well, I mean, yeah,
It's,
but I mean, even if we just put 1,000 into this year, just to keep it
Flowing.
Just,
flowing.
just putting it out there, we have 2 more meetings before the budget hearing, so in the next meeting, I think it would be a good idea to have all of this nailed down.
Mhm.
Probably in our next meeting, I know we have 2, but.
Let's aim for
one of-
next meeting.
Yeah, I'd like to aim for next meeting.
I don't actually have a problem just putting a little bit of money in there.
Even if
Well, it
it's,
has-
It's 53,000's a lot to have in there, but even if it's $5,000, I
yeah, I was
don't,
gonna
because.
say 1,000.
have to put
You don't have
anything in
to?
it,
No,
it doesn't go away.
oh, doesn't,
no,
No,
okay.
So we can take that
Unless you're
out.
comfortable with 53, then I
Take
would
that
say
one
put a
article
dollar or
out
something.
and next year, if you need to put more money,
Yep.
put money in.
so I can,
Again, I go back to the George Epstein thing of
Why
why
it-
necessarily
Yeah, no,
putting
I
money
get it.
in, taking it from a taxpayer's pocket to put in there so that we're a bank, because we're afraid what might happen.
So
Operating out of fear.
there's $53,000 in there, are we all okay with not putting anything in this year?
Sure,
Unless
Yeah.
John comes and says, we've got this huge
Right.
project, but I
Mhm.
don't, like I said, I
right
don't,
now we can take
doesn't
that
sound
out.
like there's anything.
To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of some dollars to be placed in the previously established Historical Society Building Improvement Expendable Trust Fund. The balance right now is $8,746.
Technically, it's really $15,093, but they have 2 invoices that they would like to be reimbursed for that they spent, which is the $6,300, so
Okay.
assuming that those will get reimbursed, by the time you get to town meeting, you're only gonna have $8,700.
And do we know if they have more on the horizon?
Anybody?
They haven't
Don't
come
know.
to you guys with
I
any.
don't
They haven't came to us,
project.
I don't
right?
think they're part of it's not part of the Little Red Schoolhouse or whatever the heck it's called, I
No,
know
Well,
that's
the
separate.
painting was done.
That's something
That was the
different,
big
okay.
thing, right?
Painting,
Painting.
yeah, they
Roof.
painted.
The painting and the roof.
they ended up having to remove some wiring and they had to fix a chimney that you could basically literally pick.
But that's got all
Pick
done.
Barring
things up.
them coming in
I
here
believe
and
that's
telling
part of
us that they have
6300.
something big on the horizon,
It was
we leave
just-
that one alone as
We
well.
don't.
I think so,
Yeah.
yeah.
to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of some dollars to be placed in the previously established short-term rental legal expendable trust fund. Balance right now is $42,543. I'm assuming we have some outstanding bills.
$302 came in today, I
Okay.
think. I don't know if there's anything from,
There'll be more coming.
yeah.
So I was gonna save it to my list, but I'll bring it up now if that's okay. I was contacted by the Conway Daily Sun and asked about if the select board had any, thoughts to share, or actually we're requesting that we, talk about the recent rulings and what that means for Madison's approach to STRs.
The planning board.
ZBA right now needs to hit the ZBA first, and have they discussed it?
She's like, it all together.
We had a non-meeting meeting.
Okay,
And
Right.
on-
so you've discussed something.
So we have
Correct.
discussed things, and as of the moment,
Where
there,
it stands to,
it stands as the court has ruled.
right.
Okay.
And what's the ruling?
The court ruled that, the plaintiffs were approved on one of their appeals and denied on the other. They were approved on the appeal that
Number?
the
The number of days?
the
Prior
number of
to
days.
March.
If you were renting prior to March of 2022, you could continue to rent, and the town had no ability to limit the number of days that you rented.
It's a no-brainer.
Not necessarily.
Alright, and the next
And then
ruling?
on the other side of it was the if you were after March of 2022, they upheld the fact that the town could limit you from renting as an STR.
So what are we doing for that?
It's not allowed.
They appealed to the
That's
state.
not
No, are
allowed.
we putting money in?
So we lost,
Oh,
lost
no.
one.
So in,
Lost 3-1-1, because it was 3 separate cases.
Well, there's more than 3. I'm
Yeah,
more than
it was
one.
a
that
bunch
there's
of, bunch of separate
There's a
cases on the
bunch
same
of
bearing.
that,
Yeah.
And there were a bunch that were potentially
Riding on
waiting,
those cases.
waiting to see, so.
So what do we do? Add or no?
I don't think we had. I mean,
We
we won
won
on
one.
the zoning,
So we'll just go with what the court says.
and we lost on the number of days.
Okay,
I
we don't add nothing.
wouldn't add anything.
Good.
I'm never gonna look to have
I
difference to
don't
lawyers.
think the ZBA is
Ever.
So,
gonna say, yeah.
does the select board have anything to say about the rulings, and does it, do we need to, they're kind of
You don't hear my
asking the
opinion.
select board to explain what the rulings mean.
The rulings mean that we have strong zoning, and we can't restrict the number of days on people that were renting before March of 22.
Sharon Schilling's personal opinion is, you just refer them to the judge's ruling.
Yeah.
That's
Say the judge has ruled, he was very
clear.
clear
I read it.
and
Yeah.
lengthy.
I know, I tried to read the whole thing in the email form and I was like, this is brutal.
Right, it
It is
is,
brutal.
but just refer them, have your lawyer read what the judge's ruling is, we're abiding by the ruling.
There you go. That's good enough.
Alright,
So do we see anything on the horizon for next
No,
year?
we're gonna not do nothing.
don't add to it.
Neither.
Alright, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be placed in the previously established Silver Lake Dam Improvement Expendable Trust Fund. This is to cover the engineering costs to figure out what we need to do to the dam. The balance right now is $66,000, that's what we decided not to raise it all in one year last year. We went with 66 to raise the other 100 this year, and the hope, belief, was to do the engineering this year if we can.
Have we engaged a firm?
Bergeron had spoken with a firm, and that's where we got our numbers at. MSK, thank you. MSK Engineering gave us the dollar figure to engineer what we would need to do to repair.
There was a gentleman here tonight, and he's reached out to me privately that is a retired engineer, and is willing to help us with the project. And there's also a local contractor also willing to help with the actual work. And then I also have looked at the state's evaluation from 2019, and shared it with the both of those guys, and then said it's budget season, can we reconvene after March 15th, because, and put them in my budget or my damn folder. But if we can save some money by getting people to help and more heads in the room, I think it's better, because that whole conversation, the conversations I've witnessed have really been, like all of these nice people are here, but really just been in a vacuum. It's been a select board and one person in the audience, and I feel like with that kind of money, we really need to reach out to, I think, I wanna avoid overspending and overthinking
Yep.
the whole project. We're not reinventing the wheel, it's a lake dam.
So I guess then do we leave the 100,000 in there? My thought would be that even if we don't spend the full 166 on engineering,
We're gonna need it
we're
for
gonna
repair.
eventually spend it on repair regardless.
But if you put it in there, does it allow you to
It's
hold
the
it for the repair?
Silver Lake Dam Improvement Expendable Trust Fund, so it doesn't lapse and it's an improvement, whether it be engineer or repair itself.
And I'm fine with that.
Alright, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of, to be placed in the previously established ball field expendable trust fund.
How much is it gonna take to finish the field?
We have all the material we need, the labor that we have is donated. As far as the infield goes on the top side, we're good. There's 30,000 in there, we use those funds, for True Green or Village Green, whatever I never remember which one.
Village Green, I believe.
Village Green.
Yep.
To do the maintenance on the outfields. I mean, it's not a necessity, there's obviously things we wanna do, we want dugouts, we want lights, we want all kinds of things, but
Then the capital improvement committee looks forward to seeing your information.
we want all of those things, but there is $30,000 in there right now, and we need no more material for the infield to get them playable. I have the bases and we have the material sitting up there.
So no.
So I don't think that it's necessary right now. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of, to be placed in the previously established groundwater remediation expendable trust fund. Balance right now is $108,707.
What did we put in it last year?
Well, it depends, Chief Brooks, I would think, has to talk with, DES, the engineers, and Wilcox and Barton, and
So we're
He
waiting
needs
for
to-
him,
he
to
needs to
give
let
us
us
all
know.
that?
Balance right now is 108. Do we have any of that will need to be expended right now?
No, the grant will cover all of the water expenses and that kind of thing that we have so far with
So nothing else.
couple
is going
$1,000
on.
left over.
So, with the hope that the 108,000 will cover us for next year, we'd leave it alone unless Michael says that we missed something. If that makes sense.
Makes sense to me.
Do you mind just making sure we touch base with Michael tomorrow to see to make sure we didn't miss anything? To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of, to be placed in the previously established master plan expendable trust fund. Balance right now is $25,000.
has the planning board given us a number?
Yes, we spent 17,000, but we're gonna end up spending 42
or something on that, plus we paid the
Lakes Region,
North Country Council.
North Country, yes.
Paid their membership dues
Yeah,
too.
so we had to pay
That
that
was
due.
$5,000.
We haven't paid them anything yet.
Right,
No,
we-
we haven't paid, we will be paying
What
after, after
yeah,
the
what was
first
the
of the
total
year.
amount
After
there?
town meeting, I'm sorry, town
So
meeting.
the total amount, I believe, was 42,000, sorry, 42,000.
Yeah, 42,
So we only need
Right.
another 20,000.
plus the dues.
Hold on,
Okay.
we have that purchase rec that hasn't come out of there yet for 17,000, is that correct?
That's their first, is that the kickoff?
The kickoff installment,
Tomorrow night.
that hasn't come out of there yet, so right now that says
So then you're
25,
down
but
to
we really only have 8.
8,
So we would need to raise and appropriate 36.
But that 17 comes out of the 42.
36 was what, it went back and forth, I mean, everything's changed on all those
Right,
proposals.
36
36 is the,
is the figure that needs to go in that article
Yeah.
to
But
get
you
us where.
talked about another 5 for dues?
that's
going
gonna
in-
happen after town meeting.
And it's going in the regular budget, if you look at the planning board's
yes,
budget.
they went up their
it's-
budget, but that'll come off what
Yeah.
they're charging us for something else.
Yeah.
So you pay your due, but they're gonna give you, so if you didn't pay your due, you're gonna pay it anyway in no service they gave us.
36 cents.
So you might as well join it and try to get more out of them for the year.
So the 17,000 isn't part of the 42?
No, well, we need 36 to add to that.
Well, just, you said we already paid
We had
$17,000.
25 already
Right.
set aside.
So what was the
And then-
17 for?
I think that's for this kickoff. I
The
thought it was
kickoff.
for the
So no,
state.
you're right, Joy, you're right, we need to add, we need to put 28,000 in there, she's
Right,
correct.
we need to get,
28,000?
We need to get to 42.
correct.
Yeah, we need to add 28,000.
28,000 gives us a 53.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part again? A couple more times a little loudly?
You were right, Joy.
Thank you.
Damn.
Gotta grab it while I can.
I
You're not
don't
gonna
have
go
a
out that
problem
door
with
now,
it.
you know that, don't you?
When you are
What?
right, I
Said you're
don't
not
have
gonna
a
go through
problem.
that door
You
now.
want to do 22,000, then we get to 40.
What?
We need to get to 40.
28K.
You're not gonna fit through that
We
door.
need to get to,
Right.
see, now we're all screwed.
42 plus 5?
It's only
No,
after
5's
I
already
had the
taken.
1980s
Five's
hair
already,
day.
we need to get to 42 and some change, so
Me
call
too.
it 43. We need to get to 43 total. So yes, we need to add
18.
18,000.
18,000.
Now we're getting there. I'll pull out my toes in a minute.
Well, you know, it's getting closer to 8:30.
18,000. I haven't eaten dinner yet.
Nobody has.
Joy, did you bring me a
Not
granola
yet.
bar?
They've been here since lunchtime.
I brought a different bag this time.
All right,
Still
so-
fuzzy on that math, but I'll go home and do it myself.
We'll double check it, but I believe it's 18,000.
Because
We
our
need-
total needed is $42,000.
I've got the proposals upstairs, I have to go grab them.
No, you need the 42.
The 17 comes
On
out of the
top-
42.
Oh.
Yeah, that's where we got.
That's where we
That's
got
where you
bubbled
got
out.
Oh, you
Yes.
didn't mention
Yeah.
that, okay.
Yeah,
So
so
17 is part of the 42.
we're gonna put 18 in the master plan.
Right.
And if we are somehow wrong.
And that
you
gives
guys
us the
meet on
43,
Wednesday.
gives us.
We meet tomorrow.
Yeah, you meet tomorrow, so if somehow we were
I'll
wrong on our
clarify-
math,
I'll
we'll just.
clarify all that
Yes, we do
tomorrow night
meet tomorrow, yeah.
with North Country Council, because the proposals
That does
change
make
all the
it.
time.
Alright, next article, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be, for the purpose of forest maintenance, the entire amount to come from the previous established forest maintenance account and no amount to be raised from taxation.
Fine with that.
That's a
Well,
good
have
one.
we heard,
Last couple of years.
is that what the MCC asked for?
Yes,
Yeah.
right, correct.
So we'll
Yeah.
leave that alone.
Was that for, I'm sorry, I missed.
It was the $10,000 from the forest maintenance.
Yes.
They want that.
Okay, sorry.
Alright, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of up to $5,000 for the purpose of land acquisition and conservation purposes, with said funds to come from the capital reserve fund for land acquisition and conservation purposes. So, that one's no
Yes.
taxation again,
It's coming out of that land use.
yeah,
So no, there isn't.
so we leave, and that's what they want as well, they had the 5,000 again.
We need to leave that in place because we've been in non-public, so there may be something
Yeah, there is
coming
a little something.
out of that, so I just feel safer if we have it.
Yep.
If it's not used,
Mhm.
great, but
It
it's
stays.
there.
So we leave that one alone, leave the 5,000. Alright, shall the town modify the optional tax credit for service-connected total disability in accordance with RSA 7235 from its current tax credit of $2,000 per year to $2,500? So this one is, there is a veteran's tax credit that is going away. Adopting this tax will allow the veterans to maintain their current credit by only claiming this one exemption.
You
Did I-
can't, yeah, you can't stack them anymore, so you
Yeah.
can't use your $500 credit
Oh.
and your $2,000 credit, so you gotta pick one, so obviously pick the 2,000. But if we change our tax credit amount to the 2,500, they're only getting one credit, but it's
But
for the
it's
same
still the
amount
same
as it
amount.
They're
used to
not
be.
losing anything this
Right,
way.
so
Did
it's,
it say veteran? Cause if they're disabled because they're a heroin addict or something like, that'd be crazy.
Service
right?
connected.
Oh, service connected, okay.
so, yeah,
Yeah.
well, no,
Service.
that's, this is a draft, so no, that's good.
Okay.
Military
Veterans
service.
and-
Yeah,
Military
exactly.
service,
And
yeah.
it should be for
And
veterans.
once I get
Their
into the
service.
warrant in DRA to start creating it, a lot of these things that all the towns are doing, they usually give you the language for them
Okay.
anyway, so it's probably there.
That's a no-brainer.
But-
But then, so that doesn't affect the 500 for veterans who,
No,
Or-
not at all, you just
yeah,
can't
just-
stack them
yeah,
is the
right.
problem,
So they're not gonna lose.
Yeah, well,
No.
this
Right, they're
article
getting
is to make it
25
so that
now.
they don't lose.
We're just, you gotta get rid of
If-
one, so this
If
will
we
replace it with one.
don't change it though, they
Yeah.
will lose because they'll only be allowed to take one credit, and obviously they
The
take the
$2,000.
$2,000 one, not, and lose the 500.
Alright, so,
Excuse me.
everybody's good with leaving that,
Yeah.
bar the wording, but. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,500 to paint a double center yellow line down the middle of East Madison Road.
Why?
I thought that was gonna be a petitioned article.
I do too.
because
We agreed?
Yeah,
Okay.
Did we?
Can we unagree?
Yeah, we can.
I would have thought we
Get rid of that.
Yeah.
Can we-
Parts of the road are missing on both
Right.
sides,
Yeah.
you'll literally be
Can I ask where
leaving
that
Willie.
even came from?
There was,
Came from a citizen.
yeah, a
Citizen,
citizen
yeah.
requested,
Noreen.
yeah.
And it's,
Noreen.
nighttime driving.
and it
they
did,
just-
it did seem like a good idea at the time.
I
but-
thought we did petition, but.
But
Yeah,
if-
I don't-
if I recall correctly, and maybe Linda, you can help me, this has been petitioned before, or
It has.
And
it
it's been
failed.
voted down.
it's been petitioned
I wanna
before
say
and
it was
voted down?
2003, I think is when it was.
Right.
Because I actually went back and read the wording and I used the same wording from that warrant article.
Yeah, before there are a couple of points I wanna make. One is, I don't wanna spend much money cause the road needs to be dealt with in a lot of ways. So I don't think we need to spend money on this before we deal with the larger problems of the road. The second thing is, where there are chunks of the road just missing, people are gonna be crossing that yellow line all the time anyway to avoid the chunks of missing road. So that doesn't quite make sense either.
It doesn't, it used to be like leaving Willie the whole time.
And I
So-
also would be curious as to, cause nothing's free, but just some sort of study, safety study or something. Again, nothing formal, but just something. I don't know if it's getting input from police department saying it's a good idea or not, like, I don't know, just some sort of,
So what,
so my thought is no.
my thought is no too.
Yeah, me
My
too.
only concern is she was here and we said we would do it.
I could get in touch with her and tell her that you changed your mind. If she'd like to do it, she should get a petition
Petition,
going.
yes, that was my, just let her know
Yeah,
that we changed our mind, we don't think it's a good idea this year, budget season, if she'd like to do it, please petition it. I just wanna make sure that she knows.
Yeah.
And yeah, and I mean, you can tell her the reason being is that the road needs to be
Yeah.
upgraded, so it's kind of,
Like, there's no, how long of a yellow line? Are we talking the entire road, or are you talking
That's the way
about just somewhere down near the?
Would hope so for
The whole, like-
5,500.
No, the 5,500 was for the entire.
was that a single,
She
was that a
wanted the
single
whole
line
road.
though?
No,
No,
it says
it's
double.
Oh, was it?
It wasn't, there was, the difference between a single line and a double line was,
Negligible.
Yeah.
And legally, can you put a double line on that road? Does it meet the state requirement?
That was gonna be my question as far as width.
Like, yeah, like what's
Like
the
by my house is
requirement for
really
putting a double line on
narrow.
the road? From a safety
a
perspective, the
line's still
state.
a line. It's not like you can't cross it.
Right, right.
It's just,
Yeah, but then that's reason to get pulled over if you cross.
Well,
the
you're
line.
still gonna get pulled over if you're over the middle of the road.
Alright,
you
so
do it-
did we mention like the capital improvement request form and all that other stuff to her as well?
I don't think that you even
Yeah,
had, this
we're
was,
next.
Oh, this was that long ago?
this was like over the summertime, I wanna say.
Alright,
Alright,
Yeah.
so we're gonna remove that one and have Noreen petition it should she see fit.
She's still got plenty.
The rest are charitable.
The rest are charitable, 2 of them have been approved by the supervisors, the rest are based on what we've had in the past.
Yeah, and some of them have sent letters of intent, I think a couple of them I've updated the amounts that they intend to be giving me the paperwork for,
Yep.
but I haven't seen it yet.
Is
And they
Joe
still
Dane
have
still
till the third.
like wrangling folks for you for that?
I'm sorry?
Is Joe Dane still wrangling folks for you and doing that spreadsheet?
I think he would if we asked, but we haven't got to that point
I don't
yet.
know if I should say it out loud or not, but here, I'm gonna say the quiet thing out loud. The Ossipee Children's Fund. I am 100% on board with all of these charities, always have been, always voted for them. But I am going to say out loud that the Ossipee Children's Fund funds a number of students through our rec program for our summer program. Would it be easier, and maybe it's not, maybe it's more expensive to have the paperwork on our side, would it be easier to just let those kids go for free through an application program?
Fund it ourselves.
As opposed to the money shuffle, because we willing to bet,
That's what that's
That-
for.
I wanna say 75% of what we're giving them in the 2,500, we're getting back in summer camp fees from them for eligible children. And I'm not saying we don't do it, I'm just saying it out loud that we're giving it to them for them to give it back to us.
Well, let's ask Heather how much.
It was close to $6,000.
From the Ossipee Children's Fund?
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So I do.
Alright.
If they wanna ask for 2,500.
Yeah, no, that works.
Leave it
Plus,
alone.
If we
plus
get
there's,
more.
I think
just-
there's a little bit
That's
more.
Vegas odds to do it, I'll
The
take that.
vetting would be like Ben, Fall, and Heather, and that's not fair either.
Yep,
Do you
no,
know what I mean?
yep, I
If
just
they have a
wanted,
process, they have an application, they have.
just
We
wanted it all out there, that,
definitely
just so everybody knows
Benefit
that
more than
that's
our-
happening.
I'll give
Yep,
you 25, you wanna
Do
give me
it.
6.
I'll shut up.
And then, I mean, if you're
Wait,
talking
can we get
about
that in writing too?
benefit
Please.
for,
Alright,
Tri-County Cap huge in terms of saving us from paying for people's fuel oils.
Yep.
And Meals on Wheels, that's a no-brainer.
Right. That's a
They are
no-brainer.
just, I got to do it, I've said this before, I got to do a tour one day with them and follow them around and see what they do there, and it is absolutely amazing. I mean, to the point where they're like, we know these people can't have this and that, they do special meals
Oh,
for
the
people.
Meals on
and
Wheels is.
It's, yeah, it's amazing.
Do you have a total, I mean, like, all total, what do we spend on those charitable?
It's been around
Yeah.
27,000, I think,
Yeah.
Okay,
somewhere
so for
around there.
$27,000,
You're helping out.
So many people.
20.
Right.
25?
Yeah, we're getting like 25, 27,000.
Generally, we get more bang for our buck than we.
Yeah.
so the $27,000 is generally very well spent.
Yep,
Mhm.
absolutely.
No
It supports
question.
the community, and supports our own people.
Yeah, no question.
And there's no new ones, these are all,
Yeah, no, I haven't heard anybody new. The newest one last year was Waste Station, and they've talked about submitting again, so.
alright, so I guess we're looking at 30,000, because
'Cause there's a
my 25,000 was on the front page, there's another 6,800 on the back, so around 31,000. But still,
The budget
Very
committee will
money.
vet that though, make sure that Madison's
Right.
Yep.
receiving that and all of that.
They look at their financials and all that.
Yep.
So we don't wanna have another blue lagoon on our hands.
that's that.
Do you guys have more on your agenda? We just need to switch the.
Yes, we do.
Okay, we're gonna just switch the
Still got the
cards
whole,
out while you guys
Shuffle.
are on to the next.
yeah, we got the whole rest of the meeting to
Give
do.
us 1 second.
What are the breakdowns?
Is it 155
I know-
degrees in
I-
here?
we
I mean,
probably
I know
have
that
it
I'm
in
wearing a
writing. You've
sweatshirt
probably
right
already
now.
given it to
I
us.
got
Oh, I-
it.
But
Read
what
it.
is,
Okay,
like,
Jim's probably
up
sitting here
front,
going,
I
"What?"
know, I apologize, I assume you're going.
Basically, that,
I'm
my
not
estimate
hot,
is
it's just I get
$18,800 in change.
18,800 as the kind of the setup transfer cost?
And then this, I have another printout that I'm not able to print because it's too big for my printer, but they basically have timed payments, so like the first payment was like 3,000. The next payment several months later is 5,000. And then throughout the year, as they add these different modules,
Yeah.
they just, one payment's like 1,000.
Yeah.
And then it totals up to that 18,000.
But it's gonna take more than a year to do that?
It'll take more than a year.
So we do have to.
It has
go-
to be a warrant article, so the 18.8 includes the first year's,
That's the whole thing.
Yes, the
So-
whole entire thing.
so we do need an additional warrant article for 18,800
Right.
for it. And do we, if it's gonna take more than a year,
Non-lapsing.
non-lapsing,
Mhm.
until the job is complete, or 2030, just to be safe, or 2029, whatever.
But that's, the 18,800 is the whole setup migration
The
process?
whole build.
Okay, so it's not just 1 year, it's
It's,
the whole.
And then you'll pay your yearly
then there's
subscription
the
fees.
subscription of, 8,000.
That's your budget.
That's
your
now,
budget.
so
Yeah.
That's my
that's your budget.
But that won't be in this year's budget because it's
It will be
incorporated.
in next year's.
Next year's.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay.
What is it now? I have to break it down.
18,800.
No, no, no.
Oh.
What's
Oh,
your
it's
current
like-
budget line? I have it written
Computer
down.
line, it's like 3,900, I think.
And it's gonna move to 9 almost.
It's gonna move
It's
to,
11,000, almost 12. So it's $8,000 a year.
Thank you, bye. So your current is the overall budget line is 5,400. And you've requested an extra 1,200 to go up to 6,600 a year, does that sound right?
Right. Yep.
That 5,400, is that just for that software?
No, the software right now is, they quoted us for, it's 3,900. It went up like $200 from 3,700. And then the other software, the other computer support is just, for incidentals when I need them to come in and tune up a server or whatever. And then I added 1,200 just because I'm anticipating them having to be here to do all the computer work to get the software set up on our end.
Yeah.
Alright, so we'll add that to the warrant. Nothing under old business.
So, I'm sorry, can we go back? The CIP, folks, one of the, and I thought we might see them tonight, one of the recommendations was that because chief has to replace his vehicles every 7 years, we were talking about, 7 to 8 years, one of the thoughts was to create, an expendable trust fund and put $10,000 or $15,000 a year, so that by year 7 or 8, he has the money to be able to buy a car instead of leasing it. But because he has no place to put that right now, it would require a warrant article to create that trust and seed it with some money this year.
Like that.
I've been saying, asking for it for 23 years. Since I moved here.
The same thing for other departments that have large vehicles, like fire department.
When's your next car up?
Yeah, but the fire department's vehicles are a couple $100,000.
Yes.
His is
70.
70.
So we gotta have money for that by 2027? Okay.
I don't think we'll be able to do it in 2027, but we
No,
can
but
look at
it's
the
a
next
start.
car, yeah.
I mean, we could start to,
Yep.
You could put 10,000 in there this year and kick it off.
So, we had one more warrant article to create an expendable trust fund
For the
for,
police department?
How much do you wanna put in?
10,000?
10,000.
So,
Yeah,
That's fair.
yeah.
I think it should increase, because when they come a little more back to back, right? Like, it's nice to think that we're like, we'll save 10,000 for 8 years and then we'll have the money, but they're gonna come, like, you might have one this year and then in 2
There'll
years
be
have
two,
another,
right?
yeah, exactly. And if we can push one out because it's running great, that's great to give us that extra little
That's my
buffer.
plan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Until
So
it
we like
becomes
to
a
hear.
safety issue like the
Yeah.
car. And then-
well, no safety issue now, we can fix that. We welded that puppy up.
Yeah. Well, I still wasn't comfortable with it, but that's okay.
Hey, the professional said it was okay.
Nicole, do you have a
How's
list?
inspection?
I do. Conservation is Thursday, I'm only going for the first 30 minutes, it's a really short, cause I have another meeting, it's a really short agenda anyway, there's nothing really in there. I was contacted again about being denied to be on the agenda, and I don't know, just in case it wasn't clear last time, I feel like if any resident asked to be on an agenda, I don't even think it would be legal to say no. No matter the reason that we feel it might not be appropriate, just in case it covers all our bases, they should be allowed to have time slot on the agenda to speak, even if the answer is, I don't know how to help you.
So I did see, we have a button on the website, how to request time on the selectmen's
Yeah.
agenda. It doesn't do anything.
It's supposed to bring you to the,
It brings it right back to this page.
oh, okay, I'll
it
check.
just
Perfect.
blinks at you.
It's supposed to bring you to the,
A form.
procedure.
Yeah,
No, I don't believe it's a form, I think it just brings you to the procedure and.
yeah.
I got a call today about part of, and I'm not as familiar with this area of Jones Hill and Forest Pines area, not being properly plowed. And the person has called and emailed the DPW 3 or 4 times. They forwarded me the emails, they showed me a screenshot of the phone call and it was December 3rd, 8th, and then today was another issue. And they approached the driver and still didn't get anywhere with that. about properly.
What is the complaint?
It's number, maybe you're more from 48 and 52 Jones Hill. It's well marked what the edge of the road is with stakes, and it wasn't being plowed at all. Beyond there, there's a connection. It says, I wanna follow up regarding snow removal Jones Hill. Actually, let's start with the third. I wanna reach out with a concern about the recent snow removal on Jones Hill between the last snowfall and last night's. 48 and 52 Jones Hill were not cleared. I noticed the trucks pass a few times, but our section ended up being not plowed instead. Our section ended up being plowed instead of plowed. Someone did come through today, which I appreciate, but there was still snow left on the street, and he showed me a picture. And I have big pictures, and I can forward to the office, where, you know, if the demarcations are here with the markers, the snow is all the way out to here, and then there's a single pass. And that happened a couple times. So there's still snow left on the street in front of the driveway mailbox, making mail difficulty. We didn't receive any sand, which has made what's left on the road pretty slippery. In my 6 years living here, it's always been excellent, and I've truly appreciated the consistency. I'm hoping it was just an oversight, and then a week later it was following up. I understand that the team is busy and conditions can be challenging, and appreciate the hard work, blah, 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 and that it was not cleared. This is now the third storm in a row where our portion of the street hasn't been cleared after snowfall, even though the rest of Jones Hill Road has been plowed and sanded. And then and he sent a video on my phone and sent pictures. So I saved this, you can pass that to Linda. I printed it off too. And I can forward the ones with the pictures. So I don't know how to, I'm not that familiar, like, is it we don't plow? I guess they used to, so. 'Cause it's been
Right,
like
the only
6
thing I
years.
can think of is Jones Hill, there's the curve to continue up Jones Hill to the end.
Yeah.
It becomes private on one section. I don't know if that's the section they're talking about, but there's a driveway and another.
That spur.
Right, so
it is.
that section, I believe, and again, what I'll do on my way home, I'm headed that way, I'll zip up just so I can lay my eyes on it. But I don't know if that's the question where that little offshoot is a driveway, it looks like the part of the road, driveway, and then again, I don't know, but I'll take a look at it and see, and,
Yeah, I guess his concern was it was always done until this year.
sorry, leg cramp.
It was easy. So, I don't know, I told him, he said, what do I do to get this resolved? How do I get higher up? I was like, well, that's what we're gonna do tonight,
Yeah.
this is higher up. So, that's
Yeah,
where it's.
no, I'll fix it out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you need this back?
Nope, and I, like I said, I'll forward the actual, because I don't have my printer's not fancy enough to do pictures. With trees and snow, and so I'll just forward those to Linda.
Linda, can you just give that to Josh and just see if he can address it, and then maybe relate to you if there's a situation we don't understand?
I know there is something, I don't know the details, but.
Yeah, I know he used to have a plow truck, that guy, but I think now he's just a rear-wheel drive work truck, he's an electrician, so.
Anything else?
That's it.
Joy?
That kinda ties into, how would folks contact the DPW? So they can email the DPW directly, first, what is the process by which they should contact? Should they call, should they email, should they both? If there's an emergency, do we forward the main number to someone's cell phone during off hours?
No, they call the sheriff's department if they feel there's an emergency.
Okay, so like if there's a tree down or.
Oh, yeah, call the sheriff's
Call
department.
sheriff's office,
They
okay.
get hold of the DPW.
And then they call out
Okay.
DPW.
Not emergency, the DPW has their phone line and email.
Cause I know there was a resident reported to me that there was, slick roads at the transfer station. So I called the transfer station to get their vibe on it, they didn't answer.
Yeah, they're
I
not
did-
in the shed,
Yeah,
usually that's.
and then it sounds like later it was fine. But even in that situation.
You have the DPW director's direct.
I know, but I wanted to
information.
talk to the transfer station before like bugging Do you know what I mean? Like to get there.
To see if it's actually
People who are
something-
actually
yeah,
there,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
right.
Like the people who are working there, I wanted their input on it. So I guess in a situation like that, if someone had a concern on a weekend at the dump, would they just call the main number? Would they email? You know, what's their,
Well, if they're at the dump, they could talk to one of the guys who would be able to get in touch.
they did, and then they said, well, I'll talk to Joy. And I said, well, no, you could have kept talking to the people at the dump.
No, that would be, your best line of communication is gonna be to go and talk to John and express the concern, and John can take a look at it. If there's a concern, he can reach out to Josh.
No, I mean, like, so that was just one scenario, right? And
Yeah.
I agree, that should have gone back to the transfer station, that's why I went back to the transfer station. But like on a weekend, if someone has concerns about the plowing of their road and it's, you know, on a Saturday, is their best route to email the DPW or to call that number, or?
They're not gonna get a response on the weekend unless they're already out plowing for some reason.
Right.
They're not gonna be at the they're not gonna be looking at the emails, and they're not gonna be answering the phone on the weekends unless they're already out plowing for
All right,
a
so what-
purpose.
So what's the best recourse if someone,
Sheriff's Department.
just a,
What I was told was that if it's a situation, say like icy roads or a down tree, and it presents a safety issue,
Call the sheriff's.
well, not even,
Oh.
call the fire department.
I would say call the police department first.
okay,
They all go to
yeah.
the same dispatcher.
Well, the sheriff's
Yeah, it's all
office
the
is the
same.
one that does
It'll
both.
get forwarded to the sheriff's office.
They do fire.
We're on the
insurance.
road, the police department or the fire department isn't, we can address it and then call the fire department or call DPW on the radio.
DPWO.
So they should call the number on the website
Non-emergency.
for the Madison PD.
The non-emergency phone number, it's
Non-emergency.
an emergency, you're calling us, but don't call 911, call the office number, it
If
gets
you're not
forwarded
here,
to the
it's
sheriff's
forwarded.
office,
Right.
they'll
Somebody will
contact.
answer it, yeah.
Okay.
And non-emergent emergency
But
situations.
sometimes, you know, it's hard, cause they can't always do something, cause I've been literally on one side of a tree on wires, and Mike Brooks has been on the other side. And he's like, see you guys tomorrow, you know, we were all stuck sleeping there,
Yeah.
and we left by boat.
Like that's, yeah, so that's the power
And,
company, so.
And that happened last summer.
So the last storm, and Josh gets stuck on the backside of
Right.
I was at
Maple
the
Dome
end of
Road
East
or
Shore
whatever.
Drive,
Glens Hill.
Glens Hill was
Yeah.
cut off.
Yeah.
Okay,
Luckily I wasn't home.
Been there.
Somewhere warm.
We were away.
and then walking into the meeting today, someone stopped me and asked if there was, a route schedule, I forget what town they said had it up on their website, what the plow routes are, you know, who's plowing them and stuff like that, and we have basically the road maintenance SOP.
I saw that somewhere.
Yeah, we
just
approved
signed
it.
off
Just
on
did
it,
that,
yeah.
Yeah, so is that on the
September.
website that we could refer someone to?
I don't know if it is, I'll check.
Okay. And then, and then again, just to get the important dates, we got that email from Becky that had important election dates and stuff like that. I think it would be very helpful to have all of that, on the town calendar on the website.
Yep, it just kinda recently actually started working again, so
Okay.
it'd been down for a long time.
Today it was.
That's, it's just a Google Calendar, that's
Well,
what throws me.
She was all the way down to like 2 companies ahead trying to figure out why it wouldn't work for us.
Carla?
Yeah. It was just like the bane of her existence, cause every other day I was calling and I said, I tried to go into the calendar and it crashed the website, and she'd go on something else, and then so it went on for a while, but yes, I will do that,
Technology's great,
Thank you.
until it's not.
unless it crashes.
Right.
That's all I have for tonight.
I'm good.
Good. Alright, Michael left, he gave each one of us a tax collector summary report. Basically his, summary was that we're right on par with where we normally are. We get somewhere around that 97% and then it stops. The regulars, get their notices that we're going up for lien. On the backside of that paper, 317 notices were sent. These were warnings that leaning happens April,
Quick question.
March 31st, the end of March, I guess, so April's pretty much.
Quick question. So folks, we're supposed to have everything in by the 31st of December?
Yep.
And we closed early. But Michael would have gotten the mail before he left, so that folks who sent it on the 31st still made the deadline?
As long as it's postmarked by the 31st.
Postmark, okay.
Yeah.
Did you hear they're changing that? The
I did.
postmarks no longer count?
Mhm.
That's just wrong.
And is that
Perfect.
date set by the state?
Is the date accepted by the
I
state?
think we're
Set
right.
by the state.
Yes,
Oh,
they're changing.
Yes, the lien date is set by the
They
state.
are now.
Like I was
Right.
late because I went up to the door, it was
Tuesday
locked,
and
and I
not
was like, well, I'm
Yeah,
late
the
to
lien
come up
date
from the lake,
is
so
the end of
I
March.
threw the check in my
Right.
card on Monday.
Right.
So the federal government is changing that postmarks are no longer necessarily done at the local office where you drop it off and get stamped. It may not get stamped for a couple of days later until it's further down the line.
Is it
Yeah,
more
good to
efficient
know.
for them?
That's gonna affect my ZBA
There's
stuff,
nothing
too.
efficient about the federal
Unless, I
government.
suppose if you took
Yeah.
it to the window though and said, please postmark this right now, they don't have to do it in front of you?
That's that's what I.
I thought it was just if you threw it in the box, you
Oh,
might
okay,
not be
maybe.
able to say,
Ooh,
it
okay.
might not be, it might just get
I
taken
think
away.
you can
Okay.
request it be,
I
right?
think you
If
can
manage
request
it.
it.
Alright,
to be-
that's,
Because God knows
Still.
that restores
UPS
things
and
back
all
to
this.
normal.
The
Postal
execution.
service is
So
always
yeah,
the
we're
same.
looking into,
I'm gonna
Right up
ask
there.
for it.
Yeah.
That's because my
Yeah, and
ZBA
then
stuff
March
has to
26th is the
yeah,
last
I
day
got-
for delinquent tax.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the March date.
So I guess
Yeah.
for the public sending in their tax bills, just understand that just dropping it in the mail doesn't get postmarked
The goodness
that
is
day
you-
anymore.
You've got until April 6th before the lien happens.
I'm more worried about the IRS.
Yeah.
But he said we were right on par. We'll get to that 97% things will hold. He did wanna warn everybody that, state fees on motor vehicles
Yes.
are going up significantly, so you'll see that in the future, and it is out of his control. Or our control,
Do you know when we'll see that?
Now.
As of
When
the
you go
first
to
of the year.
register.
as of the first of the year, yeah.
And
When
it's
does
simple
it-
as, like he said, initial plates, like if you have a personal plate, went from 20, it's now 60. What else did he say?
The tractor, like your
Yeah,
your farm tractor
your
was
farm
12,
tractor.
it's 25 now, there's
It's that
certain
type of
things.
thing?
But it's
State
plates.
Yeah, the registration
And,
part.
right, and
Yeah.
registration fees have gone up
State
as
fees
well.
for plates and registration.
Nothing
So
with the
vanity
town.
plates went up and state fees for registration went up.
It's due to the no stickers.
Right.
They gotta get the money
100%.
somehow. It's coming back somehow.
I'm not chasing that light anymore.
Well, since we're saving money on inspections.
Yeah. And it's gonna work out great.
So, that's,
Still gonna get mine done.
that's it
Yep.
for me.
I got nothing.
Linda?
No.
Chief? No?
Thanks for sticking it out.
Well, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
What about the
do signature?
manifest?
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
Thank
I mean,
you.
this stuff.
You wanna do these things over here?
Signature
You're right.
items.
I looked at the clock and
Trust me.
went, we can sign those later.
We've actually gone past cereal now. I don't even think it's nothing for
You're
cereal.
not hungry anymore.
No.
That was just goldfish crackers
go to
and
bed.
nacho chips.
That's just me.
That's just that. Holy
Sixth.
guacamole.
It's the 26th one now.
It's up in the corner.
Oh, hiding in the corner.
Last night went till, I think I left at 9:15, the school
Went
board.
till 10.
Yeah.
9:15.
And tomorrow night is gonna be another
Two.
4 or 5 hours.
What's tomorrow night?
Planning and zoning.
We got what, 5:30?
Just planning, not zoning.
Planning.
Planning.
Kick off the first.
But they're talking about the
We
zoning
did the-
ordinances that have.
Nope.
One signature thing, right? That already
Yes,
passed.
that went
They
that way.
didn't do anything.
Did you get back or?
Giving some to
Alright, there's two on that.
Two.
tomorrow
And the
night,
second
I mean,
one's
we
up in
have
the
still
right hand
one
corner,
more,
and I'm
one
gonna
more
not
time
sign
period,
that.
we could do another public hearing, but we're running out of time.
We got 26.
It is a public
Yeah,
hearing
until-
tomorrow, I thought.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
if they don't make a decision tomorrow night on the 4 pages of warrant articles,
There's two,
we're
one there and one up in
gonna
the
have to
corner.
have another public hearing.
Is there a summary
You know,
It's
sign
on, I
initials.
posted it up.
No,
out here,
it's
on
to
the
me.
website too.
on the website?
Yeah.
So,
What those are.
Barn Door Screen Printers made us some basketball jerseys. They have a policy where they don't invoice, you have to pay at pickup, so I paid for it.
We got it.
The new state
Is that
law
great?
passed in
It was
July.
awesome.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, so it's 500. I was like, it's in the town invoice. She's like, no. I'm like, oh,
Planning board
okay.
myself and our.
Nice policy you have there.
Yeah.
Like, it's the town. I get it if it was like some random person.
She's like, we don't have anybody to track down unpaid invoices, so they won't do it. It's like,
Yeah, yeah, hold on.
Thanks, Rob.
it's like, you're a super nice lady, but I really don't wanna give you $500.
One on the second page,
It's my money.
up in the corner.
It's like I went down to the freaking
So, I have a question, I just heard you say that they have a policy that you have to pay on pickup, and so you pay and it needs to be reimbursed. We don't have a town credit card that you could have used to go do that?
We do, but I was unaware that it was pay on pickup when it went.
Oh. Oops.
Yeah. It was day of,
Not-
2:30.
Not
How many hours before game time?
3.
Yeah, no, it was Tuesday. I grabbed them, right?
All right,
Wait,
I'll make that
No.
motion to adjourn.
I don't even know what day it was.
We can talk about this next time.
Motion to adjourn,
Second that one.
all in favor?
Aye. Holy moly.
I think you're right, it was a couple days before game, because
So I was gonna ask